and the gentlemen who are here with us. It is indeed a great day in Nigeria. It's a great day in Lagos. It's a great day right here at the Federal Palace Hotel. It's a great day at the Atlantic side. First time we're sitting here for the Guardian Women Festival flagship event. For those who have been here the past 2 years, it's always been a phenomenal time of conversations, celebrating women's strides, not only in Nigeria, but across Africa, and discussing ways to continue to eliminate the challenges that women face. Recently, a very young man, about 17 years old, he said, Joyce, well, JD, how come we almost always keep talking about women and women issues? And I said to him, I'll give you a very typical example. Should I share it with you? When I was 15, I asked my parents to let me drive because there was an extra car in the house and nobody was driving it, and I had to use public transport to go out, but there was a car. But when my older brother was 15, he was already driving supervised. So I said, how come he could drive and I can't? And he was 15, I'm 15. And they said, well, you know, he's a boy. And I said, that's why we continue to talk about the issues. Because maybe something in me would have dropped or be left behind if I had accepted, but you're a girl, so sit down. Many women have fallen into the trap of, you're a girl, you're a woman, don't talk, sit down, smile. So we continue to highlight the issues because there is so much that is still untapped within. And by the grace of God, we'll see you like this at 90, always so cheerful, happy, filled with grace. We appreciate you. To the senior leadership of Guardian Nigeria here, we say thank you and good morning. Thank you for gathering us again. To all those who registered or were invited, our invited guests, we say thank you so much. To our speakers, our keynote speaker, the panel moderators, panel discussants, we say good morning and welcome. My name is Joyce Daniels, Queen of Talk, and I'm honored to be here again 3 times in a row at the Guardian Women Festival. Before I welcome the CEO, Guardian Nigeria, for his remarks, we will rise together in honor of our great country, Nigeria, and together take the Nigerian national anthem. But it will be led by a celebrated tenor singer. Are you ready to receive him? Please welcome National Anthem. All right, please let's rise together. Thank you so much. Today, there will be panel conversations. There will be the keynotes. There will be raffles for amazing prizes that we'll get to know in the course of the day. We say thank you to all our sponsors who have made this possible. Please appreciate each and every one of our sponsors. In the course of the day, we'll mention all your names and say thank you for making this happen. I am now honored and filled with joy to welcome who I regard as our chief host, because without him and
around her very busy schedule, the opening ceremony, the press conference, and the upcoming closing ceremony. She's actually been able to navigate directing a few of the events and booking last requests by working remotely because she cannot be in more than one place at a time. The same goes for all women who we rely on for so many things in our lives. But this is a testament to the fact that things can still happen when women put their minds to it. Perhaps next year, some webinars will be added to the programming. And with the festival being automatically supported by a media brand, The Guardian, we are deliberately live streaming today so anyone around the world can join in seeing what's happening from wherever they are. Thank you so much for being here today. I already have had some great feedback as we approach the month end. Here's a quick rundown on how diverse and colorful the month-long events have been so far. On the 1st of March, we had the opening ceremony launching the first ever one-month festival. 2nd of March, we had a press conference formally confirming we have begun. He could teach women. He emphasized women only to celebrate women chess, including my own mother, the publisher, who only to celebrate women chess, including my own mother, the publisher, who was delighted to attend. He called us 2 days before, excited to share that he had decided to host an event called the Queen's Gambit. What a great narrative. Furthermore, on the 23rd of March, we delved once again into the notion of health and wellness and hosted a very impactful breast cancer awareness event, which included screenings by medical volunteers, a very inclusive event indeed. The next day, on the 24th of March, we were delighted to have ExoNexus hosting their event here, Beyond Compliance, Monetizing Climate and Circular Actions for Industries, a part of the Lagos State Governance chapter on climate change, with the kind courtesy of Titi Oshodi, Special Advisor on Climate Change and Circular Economy to our Lagos State Governor, His Excellency Babatunde Sanwo-Olu. On the 25th of March, was hosted by one of Federal Palace's operational partners, Magic Paddle. We have 8 paddle courts towards the back of the in the garden. 24 free slots were made available to teach female beginners the game. And yesterday, the 26th of March, we had our first client booking, the Decision Room for Women in Tech and Female Founders. I'm so pleased to see that the vision I had in print from when I had created the Guardian Women title brand has now been translated and established into live media titled the Guardian Women Festival. Guardian Women is now much more than just a magazine and articles. I thank each and everyone who has participated in and taken advantage of the new structure of events this month. As we are all aware, and indeed this is why we are here, March is the universally recognized time or season to celebrate honorable women and the roles they play in driving change. And with this year's theme, Give to Gain, Federal Palace Hotel kicked off its first ever month-long women event. Indeed, throughout the month of March, events curated to celebrate women and what they do for society, both in business and community, were hosted at this historic hospitality destination located at the heart of Victoria Island. Because of Federal Palace, hospitality goes beyond service. It's all about identity, heritage, and a sense of place. As well as hosting business summits, weddings, and other corporate events, we are very intentional about ensuring that our spaces reflect the culture and community we serve and the Nigerian economy we are contributing to. Indeed, at Federal Palace, we also place a great emphasis on celebrating Nigerian excellence. And during the month, it has been about the contributions of women across business, finance, hospitality, and the creative industries. We will hear more about that during the 7 Wonder Women's Awards during the closing ceremony on the 31st of March. The festival alone has supported our general mission as a hospitality business to create an environment where people feel connected and represented, not just accommodated. We are all culturally authentically, meaning that alongside hosting guests for rooms and dining events, we're also creating meaningful experiences rooted in who we are. For the past 6 months, from October, when Nigeria celebrated 65 years of independence, right here within these walls, Federal Palace has been focused on deepening impact rather than simply increasing activity. We are also building intentional ecosystems that encourage collaboration, cross-sector engagement, and sustained relationships to our gatherings and are more thoughtfully curated to ensure that conversations translate into opportunity, connection, and long-term value for participants. Federal Palace has been an ideal location where the theme to give to game could be amplified this month. By these events alone, we have contributed to our own strategy of building legacy through intentional investment in people and community. We have no doubt during the festival added to the meaningful destination we are building by empowering women to have a space where their voices can be heard. Once again, I'd really like to thank the clients who have chosen Federal Palace to host their women's events this March. Some bookings came in 2 days before. We have been delighted to have you here with us. You have supported us in building the ongoing collaborations we seek that build trust, loyalty, and credibility. This all adds value to Federal Palace's own brand story, so thank you very much. Sincerely, your events are now part of our story of creating spaces where people feel seen, valued, and supported. And I can confirm that Federal Palace is really establishing itself as a place where today's conversations are valued. Moreover, with the advantage of the inbuilt media partnership with The Guardian itself, it's only been amplified in the event's coverage, and I've been very proud of the feedback from the press releases, photos, and social media. Well done to all the team who have been part of this journey. Thank you, and do enjoy the rest of the programs being held today. We have with all the other events that came before today, and have a great lineup of speakers too. Thank you.
Thank you, boss. We're very glad that you could make it. Before you leave, sir, I would like you to take a photo. Where is mom going? I was about to ask her to take a photograph with you, but we'll make sure we capture that before the day is over. Thank you for making this happen. Ladies and gentlemen here, please once again appreciate our CEO, Guardian Nigeria. Thank you. If you look out here, can you look out? What do you see? You see what? You see what? People are now quiet. I'm just asking, what do you see? What? Water, what else do you see? So much, right? And everybody is seeing different things. This is a reflection of who we are as women. We are not one thing. We are many things. And depending on who is looking, we can be almost anything to anyone, yes? I know those photos that you would see on Facebook for many years where they say, woman, hand is here as a tailor. She's a psychologist to the family. She's cleaner. She's mommy. She's wife. She's what again? Cook. Yes, what else? Driver, doctor. Oh, definitely she's a doctor. What else is she? CEO, yes. Teacher. She's an accountant. She's a what again? Lawyer, definitely, because she has to make cases and understand how to navigate between her. She's everything. Moderator, moderatee, MC, CEO, strategist. In fact, she is such a strategist because that whole overarching, how do I become all these things in only 24 hours and rinse and repeat the next day? That's why we celebrate woman. Please appreciate once again. And the way we've been putting our hands out all year, especially this month, please let's see. The sign for the International Women's Day 2026, give to gain. That's the foundation of the word reciprocity, to give and then it comes back to you. Our keynote speaker this morning will be speaking to this and more. He represents an organization that is very female in that they serve us in various ways. They provide mail services, customer relations management services, bookkeeping, many parts in one. In fact, every time I think of the company Zoho, I think of a woman because she's so much. And today we're glad to have him again. He was here with us last year. I saw him sitting there a moment ago. Oh yes, he's there. Please join me welcome for his keynote. Very gladly and happily, the country manager, the country head, Zoho Nigeria, Mr. Kende Ogundare. Please keep clapping warmly as he makes his way here. Welcome. Good to have you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I have a couple of slides that will be coming up very shortly. And while we're waiting for that, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you today. It's quite interesting to hear her say that when she thinks of Zoho, it's women because we are powerful, we are agile, right? And we also provide an enabling environment for you to thrive in your business. And thank you very much to the CEO. Thank you, ma'am. For the opportunity and for the platform like this that you've created to amplify the voices and the work that women do in our economy. Today, I've been asked to speak on a topic that is very important, especially given the theme for the year, Give to Gain. And I'll be speaking on give value, gain growth. Give value. I hope I'm not blocking the screen. Can you see the screen behind me? Fantastic. All right, so I'll be speaking on the topic, give value, gain growth, and women driving reciprocal innovation in digital economy. So today's agenda will go about reciprocity. We'll talk about what that is and using reciprocity as a strategy. Then we'll talk about reciprocity in today's economy and digital innovation, which is now a norm right now. We'll talk about tools that you can use that we provide at Zoho that can help you in your business. And then we'll also talk about how you can collaborate rather than competing. Okay, I'm blocking. Okay, all right. Yes, thank you very much. So when you think of reciprocity, what comes to mind? What comes to mind? General question. Give, reciprocate. You're still using the word reciprocity. Give and take. Do me, I do you, exactly. You know, and God no go vex. We no go vex too, anyways. So when you think of reciprocity, it is give and take. You know, and if you look at your business today, look at your business, look at your company, look at your network, the most powerful business relationship you've ever had. What is it? It was built on the same concept of reciprocity. Trust me, you may have the best deal, the best pitch, and all of that. But somebody in-house is telling you that, Kenny, these guys are looking to use another software. Come and present today. Or send that. That is reciprocity. You probably helped that person to get the job in the last maybe 2 years ago, 10 years down the line. And trust me, the word is not just a concept. It is the engine behind every sustainable business relationship, every thriving community, and every ecosystem that we build. Now, I would like you to look at reciprocity as a strategy, not sentiment. And I've been able to highlight them into 4 categories. Next slide, please. So if you're going to adopt reciprocity in your business, first of all, you need to look at reciprocity as not a favor. You know, when I say what is reciprocity, you said give and take. You give and take. And as human beings, even as Nigerian more, we think of favor, right? When you give something, you are showing favor. So don't think of it as favor. You need to look at reciprocity as a systemic principle that drives compounding value across every relationship you build. Reciprocity. So that means when you're looking at me today, I'm going to collect your business card, I'm going to give you my business card. Don't think of me as a business partner yet. Don't look at what you will get from me. Build that value. A systemic principle, right, that will compound over time. Whatever you're saying to me, maybe I won't be interested, but who knows, maybe 2 years down the line or even 2 weeks down the line, that is what I would need, right? It's a systemic principle that compounds over time. And then the second point of that is to look at it as a shared knowledge, you know, give and take. God no go vex. A lot of us, when we know about certain things, we gatekeep. We gatekeep our knowledge. We gatekeep that information. But that is not good. Talking about reciprocity, you know, your shared expertise is not diminished when you shared. In fact, personally, I feel like when I'm preparing for something like this to share my knowledge or my take on a particular topic, I am more knowledgeable about that topic at the end of it. When I train a class, when I take a lecture, when I take a seminar, while I'm doing it, you know, and I'm like, oh, wow, I have an epiphany, and I'm like, oh, this is good, you know, I'll write it down myself. So whatever you're sharing, you're amplifying your knowledge over time. And then thirdly, open your network. A lot of us, when you have connection to the governor, to the minister, to the chief of staff, you keep it. So what you do is, maybe somebody needs help from the governor now. You will tell me your problem. I will take the problem to the minister. Minister will give me the solution. I will give it back to you. That is what we do. And that is nice to some extent. That is really okay. However, what will it take you to connect the two of them? And then you step out, you know, and you've built credible relationship. Over time, those people will be in a situation to help you and help your business grow because you opened up your network. And also, it helps you multiply it. And lastly, build platforms, right? We'll talk about business today. We'll talk about individual. The best thing you can do for yourself is to create one, right? And then you lost about 5 hours or 4 hours a day to admin related. What are the admin related tax. When we talk about admin, you'll be like, okay, I'm not a corporate company. Admin is when you are responding to WhatsApp message, right? You are writing down the invoice number. You have to pay this one, the date and time, the due date. Those are admin tax. Technology can help you resolve that. And then when you look at side by side, you look about technology, you talk about people that are not using technology. A good example again will be if you're trying to buy and sell. If you send me an invoice now that Kenny, I want to buy this shoe from you, right? I will probably see it on Instagram. I will DM you, you respond back, and then I will say, how much is it? 5,000 naira. Then you say, Kenny, you DM me, right? And then you send me your account details. So we are still chatting. So that means for you to close one deal, it will take you about 15 minutes. Because I will be waiting on the other end to get a response from you. I can be busy, so I'll not respond back in time. So you'll be waiting on me to do that. You are wasting time. Now, eventually, when you send your account details, the account number is not correct. I'm asking you this. So it's a lot of work. Now, imagine on the other side of that, you DM'd me from Instagram that you like to buy a shoe from me. And I'm like, fantastic. I send you a link to our catalog. You're able to pick, and you check out online immediately without needing me to do that. I will make my money. I will dispatch your good. And there is nothing you need to do on your own end because you've created a system that you can be at peace that is making money from you. And that's why they say, Lagos never sleep, but you should sleep. Let your business run itself, right? So what do we need to do as women and business owners in this country? 3 transformational shifts. We need to shift from effort to efficiency. We need to shift from visibility to credibility, right? And that's very interesting. When you talk about visibility, a lot of people think, oh, when you're visible, you make money. But there are some visible businesses that are not credible businesses, right? So you need to move from visibility to credibility, and you need to move from small operation to scalable enterprise. Now, I did not say move from small operation to large operation, because you may have large operation without scalable enterprise, without it not being scalable. So our goal is to be able to move you from small to medium to large, scalable, build a sustainable business, right? So our 3 transformational journey is effort to efficiency, visibility to credibility, and at the same time, move from small operations to scalable business enterprise. In case you don't know who we are at Zoho, we are a business provider. We provide business application for you to run your business. And what we do is we don't do your business for you. We help you do your business better. So your sales, your marketing, your human resources, your finance, all the operations will help you to do your business better. And we have over 55 applications on our platform that can help you to run your business successfully. Now, technology does not change what you do well, it scales it. So when you have a tool for human resource management tool, it helps you scale, community engagement, complex coordination, right? And we have tools like CRM, marketing automation, analytics and BI, finance and invoicing, and collaborative tool that you can use to run your operation. Now, finally, the possibilities are limitless, right? Smart tools create smart businesses. Smart businesses create strong economies. And when women entrepreneurs and leaders have access to the right tool, the possibility of growth are limitless. So at Zoho, we deeply remain committed to building technology that empowers people, strengthens businesses, supports the extraordinary journey of women shaping the future of Africa. So you can imagine a situation whereby women in tech is partnering with finance to create products for female entrepreneurs, women in media partnering with women in policy to shape fairer market conditions. This is the next frontier of development in our economy. So finally, I would like you to walk away with this. 3 commitments, right? 3 commitments. First of all, go digital. Start small. Start from your invoicing. When you send an invoice out, official invoice out, it brings credibility to your business. Yes, can we move the slide so that they can see? 3 commitments. So go digital, right? Get a CRM tool, get a finance application tool, right? Go digital, start small. You don't have to start with the big names, right? You don't have to do that. Start small in one process. Identify one process within your system that you need to improve. Secondly, Build ecosystem. So before you leave here today, reach out to one woman, open doors, give contacts, connect those people that are trying to connect them together. So do that. That's the second thing. And then the last one is to give generously. Don't give your money. Before you say, Kenny Zoho said I should give money, right? Well, you can also give money too. I think a lot of us are rich women in this room. Give money, right? Donate to charity and do all of that. But more than that, share knowledge, share your network, create platform of trust, right? That can bring people together. And trust me, it will return to you in multiple folds, right? It's a compounding value over time, right? And finally, the third finally, right? The future of digital economy will belong to those who give value, gain growth, and build the future of Nigeria. The future is being built right here, right now in this room. And thank you very much for having me, and enjoy the conference.
Grateful to you. Please continue to appreciate Mr. Kehinde Ogundare of Zoho. Thank you so much. Country head, 2 years in a row, he's been with us. And Zoho continues. Please leave it on screen for now. Zoho continues to provide tools that help us scale. And many times when we hear the word scale, I know it because I've asked some women in particular, and they say when they hear something like the word scale, many times they just shut down. Like, they've come, all these big. Scale just means simply somebody else should be able to do what you would have done by yourself. Somebody else should be able to do what you would have done by yourself so that you can do something else. If you're the only one who is sending the invoice, checking on the dispatch rider, whether the dispatch rider's bike has broken down on 3rd Mainland and they're looking for another dispatch rider, you are still the one that's frying the chin-chin that will be dispatched for the next person. Scale means, can somebody else fry whilst you are WhatsApping the correct invoice, not paying to this account as WhatsApp message? Now, can somebody else provide and create the invoice, not you, whilst you are making sales calls for more clients? Somebody else is frying, that's scale. Now, can somebody else make the sales calls whilst you are out there looking for better suppliers? Now, can somebody else be talking to the suppliers while you are chilling at Federal Palace Hotel? Because the reason why many have not been able to chill is that you're the only one doing everything. So scaling is when you can now relax. Relax is only one. No? You have to relax first before you can now relax. So if you're going to relax, you must what? Scale. And Zoho is the partner to help you scale. Simple. You've been running away from scaling before. Are you going to keep running now? No. So say thank you to Guardian Woman for making it possible for us to hear all these conversations today. Our next speaker will take us into the topic thriving in leadership, building presence, influence, and impact. Earlier, when I said, what are the different parts of a woman? We were saying driver, teacher, carer, then somebody said CEO. Because many times we mention other things before we mention CEO. Then somebody else now said strategist, which is even like higher. So it means we're supposed to be thinking of ourselves as leaders, not just cleaner days. No, strategist, leader. So we need the presence of leadership, and we need to build influence and impact. I welcome the Chief Risk Officer, FSDH Merchant Bank, Abosede Ibitoye, to speak to us. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, gorgeous women. Good morning, the E for she amongst us. Thank you very much. Okay, so before I begin my speech, I just want us to do something very simple but meaningful. Something I consider very genuine and beautiful. Can you please just turn to the person sitting next to you and say something kind to the person? Can you please just say? Can simply be, you look amazing today. We all do look amazing. It can be, I'm glad you're here. Or, keep going. You've got it. So just say something kind to one another. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so I've been asked to speak on a topic, thriving in leadership. Thriving in leadership. Building presence, influence, and impact. Building presence, influence, and impact. You know, when we just said something kind to one another, even in that small moment, we can see we experienced something fundamental. We experienced recognition. We experienced validation. A feeling of being seen. And you know what? That feeling, so small yet so profound, is what leadership spaces many times fail to provide for women. I mean, yes, we've seen significant improvement in recent times, but more work still needs to be done. You know, oftentimes I've walked into rooms where I had the experience. I have the preparation and the credibility, but I still wonder, do I belong here? It's not because I lacked competence to be in that room, but because leadership spaces often aren't designed to accommodate women fully. This tension taught me something crucial. Thriving in leadership isn't about fitting in. Thriving in leadership isn't about fitting in. It's about showing up fully as yourself, consistently and intentionally. Please permit me to take that again. That thriving in leadership isn't about fitting in. It's about showing up fully as yourself, consistently and intentionally. I used to believe that presence meant speaking loudly, projecting confidence, and having all the answers. I've learned that leadership is much simpler than that, yet much harder. Presence is alignment. Presence is alignment. It's showing up in a way that reflects your values, your principles, and your contributions. Presence is not performance. It's authenticity applied strategically. You know, we've said that women were the chief strategists, right? So presence is not about performance. It's authenticity applied strategically. And you know what? It requires a level of self-awareness that is sometimes uncomfortable. I remember early in my career, I was silent in meetings, not because I lacked ideas, but because I over-edited myself. I waited for that perfect moment, the perfect phrasing, the perfect confidence. And you know what? I then realized that perfection, trying to be perfect, is a very effective way to remain invisible. You want to be perfect? It's a very effective way to remain invisible. And what then did I do? I made a shift. I committed to participation over being perfect. I started speaking up earlier, asking questions and contributing perspectives. And by reason of that shift, over time, people stopped asking if I belonged. They just listened. Presence, however, is not just about being heard, it's about being felt. Presence is not about being heard, it's about being felt. And that leads me to influence. There's a common assumption that influence comes automatically with authority, that as you rise, people follow. But authority can compel compliance. Influence inspires alignment, and alignment is far more powerful because it is voluntary. Influence inspires alignment, and alignment is far more powerful because it is voluntary. I learned this the hard way when leading a team through a complex, high-pressure project. The strategy was sound. The plan was clear. But outcomes were not reflecting the effort. The I explained not just what we were doing, but why it mattered. I listened actively. I created space for input. And slowly, engagement grew. People weren't just executing, they were invested. So influence is about creating conditions where people can see themselves in the vision that you are advancing. Influence is about creating conditions where people can see themselves in the vision that you are advancing, and that requires trust. Trust is built quietly, often in ways that are glamorous. It is built in consistency, in decisions, in fairness, in opportunity, in respect for dissenting views. These are small actions, but they compound into credibility and ultimately influence. Then there is impact. Impact is not as a headline, but as legacy. Leadership asks, what changes because I was here? Leadership asks, what changes because I was here? Who grows because I led? What becomes possible that wasn't before? I'll take that again. Impact. Impact not just as a headline, but as legacy. Leadership asks, what changes because I was here? Who grows because I led? What becomes possible that wasn't possible Doubt is not a stop sign. Doubt is a guide. Confidence often follows clarity, not the other way around. Leadership requires moving forward, even when certainty is elusive. And this brings me to another point. Thriving requires reflection. Thriving requires reflection. It requires pausing to ask yourself, why am I here? Why am I here? What do I want to create beyond personal success? And how am I shaping the culture around me? These questions are uncomfortable, but they are the foundation for growth, influence, and impact. In addition, thriving is relational. I mean, like the theme says, give to gain. Thriving is relational, not just individual. Sorry. It's about the people around you, about the network you build, the relationships you nurture, and the opportunities you open. Leadership is a conversation. It's not a monologue. Give to gain. It's also iterative. You learn as you go. Mistakes are inevitable. Missteps are inevitable. But each is a chance to model resilience, to show how you process setbacks, to demonstrate learning in action. I often reflect on a moment when a younger colleague said to me, watching you lead made me believe I could do it. And that's when I realized that leadership impact is often indirect. Leadership impact is often indirect. Not in reports, not in KPIs, but in confidence, in aspiration, and inspiration. So when you find yourself questioning whether you belong, when you find yourself questioning, do I belong in here? I want us to reframe it. Ask instead, what does this space gain because I am here? So we're going to change or rephrase that doubt or that question. When you find yourself questioning, do I really belong in here? Rephrase it and ask instead, what does this space gain because I am here? From that shift comes engagement, comes contribution, and influence. From that shift comes real impact. You don't have to conform to a narrow definition of leadership to thrive. You just have to show up fully, intentionally, unapologetically, and consistently. Speak, contribute, engage, lift others as you rise. That is how you don't just lead. That is how you thrive. Thank you.
Abosede Ibitoye, Chief Risk Officer, FSDH Merchant Bank. Thank you so much for the charge. Don't ask why. Should I? I spoke to a few women this morning who came in earlier. Should I tell them? I should not tell them. I would tell them. And I would tell them because somebody else did it. They came in and they sat at the back. So after a while, I walked over to them. I said, why didn't you go to the front? And all of them were just smiling like, the one now said something that I hear in different ways. Well, I wanted to sit in a place where I could easily go outside. I said, from the front, here, come, move forward. And then they moved. we use different ways to give excuses for not wanting to be included or indirectly excluding ourselves because of all the conversations happening. Let me tell you something some man told me last year. He said, do you know why many men tend to speak more courageous, even though they may not be making sense, but that's another story. But why they may have more courage is that by the time a guy is 13, 14, he has started chasing girls. By the time he's 16, he has had 1 full year of hearing no, but he's still asking. So by the time a 25-year-old girl is applying for a job and getting her first no in her life, he's 10 years of chasing no and coming back. So I was standing at the airport a few weeks ago, and some guy came by me. We had come out, taking our luggage, and he said, oh, your hair is so lovely. I said, thank you. And I said, you know, I could make a good friend. Can give me your number. I just looked at him. I was like, wow, big God. Immediately, I said, Joyce, that proposal you didn't have guts to send. Use borrowed guts from this guy now and send it. Going forward, I said, any guts that makes him feel that he has looked at you, fine girl like you, and he's wearing his singlet and shorts. Anyway, regardless of what he's wearing. And he can still walk up to you and say, will you be mine? In other words, girl, we need to eat our own liver, courage, ginger, put it pepper, and eat it. So whenever you remember this story, I keep sharing this story because it's done something to my mind. Like, okay, I don't chase girls, in quotes, because I'm not a guy. But I chase other things. I would chase leadership. I would chase lifting other women. I would chase strategy. I would chase my business. I would chase reciprocity. I would chase choice and flexibility. So going forward, when you want to doubt, just remember there's somewhere some guy right now is chasing a girl. He will hear no, but he will still chase. So you, what will no do to you? Nothing. What will you do again? Chase. Please, chase. Chase leadership with our full heart. Our panel that is about to come up talks about women in the digital economy, reciprocity in the digital economy, how women are creating shared value. I will remove this when the panel starts. So let me just move it to the corner for now. Our panel moderator, who is here, very bright, and you would enjoy her. We are namesakes of sorts, Ayo. Her name is Ayodeji Aramide Alakija Aje. She's the Chief Executive Officer, Women Radio. Please appreciate her as she comes forward. Women Radio. When I met her this morning, I said, wow, when I was running for office, I ran for local government chair, but that's another story. Women Radio gave me a lot of support. They were always calling. We didn't know them. They didn't know me. But because I was a woman running for office, they will call me, give me airtime, put me on interviews. I mean, thank you. Your work is changing lives. I have goosebumps all over. Thank you so much. Today, they're extending the conversation to more. Joining her will be or is the sales manager, Zoho Nigeria, Zubaida Aliyu. Please receive her with an applause as she comes. She is a strategist at heart, and she continues to help other women build strategies, playbooks, frameworks that empowers their teams to scale. So if you're interested in scaling and you've been afraid of it, speak with her later. Morenike Omotalade, the co-founder, Yalo, is also joining this session. Please receive her warmly as she makes her way here. Yalo is transforming access to housing in Africa through monthly rental financing. In other words, you will live in a nice house and you're doing what? Paying small with support. Please put your hands together for Morenike. And the founder, female techpreneur, Bukola Babajide, is joining this panel. Is she here yet? If she's not, in a moment, she will join the panel. Female techpreneur is a digital platform, and she is a digital transformational leader, advisor, and infrastructure builder. And I'm sure in the course of the day, in the course of this panel, we'll hear more about what she does. She's here. Please appreciate her. She's coming to take her seat. Thank you. Women, enjoy the panel session. It will last for 40 minutes, which includes questions. The timer is over there, and I'll be standing right here when the time is almost up. Please keep your questions, and when it is time for the questions, the moderator will take charge. Ayodeji, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and good morning to everybody, and good morning to the panelists. Okay, so firstly, I'd like to say a very big thank you to the Guardian Women team, the leadership, and especially the people that are at the back, behind the scenes. I'm definitely a Guardian woman. Okay, so I am fortunate to lead an organization called the Women Radio. Our frequency is 91.7, and who we are we create a platform where we can, in fact, let me start by saying that we are the #1 and only female-centric radio station in Nigeria, right? Last year, we had about 10 million listeners, and this year we strive to do more in that regard. So we are women radio for women, of women, right? And when I say of women, I mean we are the ones that present, right? And then about women. We spotlight, what they're doing, and, the individuality as well. Okay, so very quickly, we're going to be going through the topic. And the topic for today is reciprocity and the digital economy, how women are creating value. Okay, so very quickly, I'll just go through the questions. And this is in no particular order, right? So the first question is, when you hear the phrase, so I'm going to just ask, I'll start with you, and then we'll go to Marinike, and then also Mrs. Buki as well. So when we hear the phrase reciprocity and the digital economy, what does this mean in practical terms to you?
Good morning, everyone. So reciprocity, we've said it earlier, reciprocity is give and take, you understand? So it's about sharing value, looking at things beyond transactions, you understand? When you have the contract signed, that's not where everything ends, you get? We, as individuals, I am a relationship manager, okay? And everyone here that interfaces with clients or stakeholders, I like to believe that we're all relationship managers, right? Right?
Yes, we are.
Right, all right. And what that means now is that when we have interfaced with you, we have to sustain that relationship. When you give me your trust, I give you my service. I work in Zoho, I give you my service. When we carry this relationship for the long term, we both grow. You grow and I grow. So I have a background in finance. I worked in a bank earlier on. And that's when I really built this skill of being a relationship manager. Understanding that my customers are mine, right? And I have to maintain my relationship with them for the very long haul. So that's what it means to me.
Okay, thank you for that. And Ms. Moranica?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you to the Guardian team for inviting me for this. I think it's such an amazing opportunity and panel to be on. So thank you very much. When I think about reciprocity, what comes to mind is value being transferred both ways and flowing in both directions, intentionally, transparently, and fairly. So it's not you saying you're reciprocating, but you're not, and the other person is expected to give you something. So I like what the keynote speaker said as well, 50-50, God no go vex, or do me, I do you, God no go vex. So it's essentially both of you in a relationship trying to ensure that you're both creating value for one another. And I'll refer to the digital economy, for example. I'll give an example of Meta or Facebook or Instagram. First of all, Meta started with people creating audiences, creating communities, building their brands. They gave value, and then afterwards what they did was start charging people for ads and ensuring that you have created an audience, a community. Now you can actually pay for your ads and create even more value. So that's reciprocity in action, even in digital economy. So I think, yes, for me, it's value being transferred transparently.
Thank you for that. Yes, and Ms.
Okay.
Bukara.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry, morning, everyone. I'm still on UK time. Apologies. Thank you so much to the organizers of this program. We held our version of it yesterday called Decision Room right here in the garden, and it was brilliant. And it's great to collaborate and see collaboration in action. So back to the question of reciprocity. I think it's about demonstrating actions, not just words. And also, I believe Guardian Women has done a great job of that. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. They've given a lot of opportunities for women to thrive. And my view is, there's a saying that it's not the person that you helped that will directly help you. So oftentimes we think that if I reciprocate, I'll give you something, you should be the one that will reward me. It doesn't happen that way. So my view is do what you can without expecting anything in return, because, you know, whoever's going to pay you back might not be the person you helped. So in terms of reciprocity, I would say just demonstrate giving help, sponsorship, open to helping others, mentorship. There are different active ways that we all in this room can do that. You don't have to be a senior leader to support somebody. So it's all about having that mindset of giving and not expecting anything in return. That's my view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So while you're still with the mic, I would like to ask you a second question. So women are increasingly visible in technology and innovations. Let me take that again. Women are increasingly visible in technology and innovations, right? But visibility doesn't always mean or translate to scale, right? What do you believe is the biggest shift needed to move more women from participation, right, to real power influence in the digital economy?
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, women are visible, but how do we move them to the next level? So for me, visibility is sometimes noise. You know, how do you show up? Do you show up with your, food element? A lot of people have online presence, but if you search for it, there's no connection to what they're doing. So you're visible, you're showing up, but I can't really relate to what you're delivering. So you have to understand the target audience, what service you have or what message you carry, and go to where your audience is. For the Gen Zs, I don't know if they're in the room, their audience is probably on TikTok. Yeah. Some of us, we hang out on LinkedIn, and probably, the professional one, that's the most prominent one. So for us to move on to, having tangible outcomes from being visible, define what you want. What do I want from this visibility? Define where you want to get to. Define the outcomes that you want to derive from there. And make sure you position yourself where your audience sits. A lot of young people are getting into tech right now. And the challenge is we don't have enough women. We do not. And historically, it's believed that it's male-dominated environments, which is still happening. So how do we mitigate that? We're speaking to organizations to run events, targeting young girls, to make sure that they are aware of the benefits of technology. Where things are going right now, in every industry, we're already, expressing technology. So for us to think, it's not about coding, there's other elements of it. So my take on it is you have to understand who you are serving, and what you're expecting from it. And make sure you're showing up on the right channel where those guys are.
Okay, thank you for that. So what I hear is less noise, creating that niche, and ensuring that you are providing that service to your target audience, right? Thank you so much for that. Now, this question is for Mrs. Morenike. In your view, how are women uniquely creating shared value in the digital space today? beyond building profitability in businesses?
Thank you for that question. So I think in today's world, I think a lot of women are creating more of, I'll say, social impact using tech as opposed to for profit or for financial gain. So you have a lot of women who are doing work using technology for mentorship, community building. They are impacting young children, even in the public health sector, mental health, using technology for that as well. I think there's also a speaker coming up earlier, Blessing Adesina, who runs Caring Africa. So essentially using technology to say, how do we run the home? So a lot of women now are using technology to ensure that homes are being run properly. Mental health, people with mental health challenges can be catered for, and public health services are also at the forefront of conversations.
Okay, thank you for that. So this question is for Mrs. Zubaida, right? From a Zoho's position in business technology, how can digital tools and platform help women-led businesses compete better, scale faster, and create more value?
So we're all aware that technology is very essential in this day and age,
Yes.
right? Technology is a leveler. It gives everybody equal chance of really showing up and being themselves, right? Showing up and serving their community. With technology, you are not limited by your location. You're not limited by the size of your infrastructure. So with technology, you as a business owner, as a sole proprietor, you can single-handedly manage all your customers. As a woman, you can single-handedly tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of customers by monitoring their information using platforms. So for example, now you could use Zoho CRM. Zoho CRM is a customer relationship management system. And I like to think of it as the brain of your business or the encyclopedia of your business. That's where you have every information, every historical record of what has happened between you and your customer. Okay. And what you need to do when you have tools like this is to deploy it for efficiency. When you have a CRM and you're able to manage a lot of customers, you become more efficient. What happens when you become more efficient? You are able to have intimate relationship with your customers, right? You are able to understand them more intimately, and then you'll be able to provide them real value. Once you provide them real value, there's a ripple effect. You compete better, right? You provide real value, your customers trust you, they stay with you, they sustain your business for you, and you grow together. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. So what I'm hearing is that the Zoho platform provides a holistic framework to help businesses scale.
Yes,
whether
yes.
it is internally with the staff and externally with with the clients and scaling that business. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so this question is for Mrs. Buki. Okay, through Female Techpreneur, you have worked in the intersection of digital transformation, enterprise support, and women advancement. What structural gaps do you see most often with women trying to build and scale in tech-enabled businesses?
Okay, thank you for that question. So we run startup incubators to help female founders build their product. And the major challenge is execution. So there are a lot of accelerators there. In fact, I think people are suffering from accelerator burnout, but the execution is missing. If I don't have technical expertise and I want to start a business, I'm already, 1 point down. I'm struggling with business model, getting my pricing right, defining what my offer is, and then layer it with a technical know-how. So execution is a major challenge. And what we do differently is to make sure that our own incubator help them to do just that. So it's very hands-on, very practical, end-to-end. You have an MVP at the end of it. Another challenge is money. As we all know, as a startup, a lot of them are bootstrapping, so they don't have the funds. And most of our founders are still working, so they've got keeping the light on and still building a business. And you can't afford to turn the light off because you're just going to stifle. So access to pathways, funding pathways, which was a large part of our discussion yesterday. How do they get access to grants, investment, and all other funding opportunities that could help them to move to the next level? And then for us women, we don't really toot our own horns. We want to we don't want to be, we want to be humble. That's the right word. But if you look at it, men in general, they're quite bold. Like there's a saying that if men want to apply for a job, they only need to tick one box in that job and they're good to go. But for us women, oh, I still can't do this. You want to tick all the boxes. So we need to have confidence. Confidence, confidence, confidence. And to be honest, I train people and I tell them that, when I train them, they get certification. I said, if BCS can tell you that you're good, you're good. They're still doubtful. Like, I don't think I can do this. You're never going to do it until you start doing it. It's that simple. So we women need to have confidence. Everything else hinges around that. And every speaker, every person you see, you still second guess yourself, but you do it anyway. So don't think that you have to be perfect. You have to get it all put together before you can do anything. So for me, access, execution, and our own mindset about being confident. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So just to reiterate what you said, some of the gaps that women experience, we've talked about, lack of confidence. We've talked about lack of finance, right? And what you're saying is, for example, your platform provides support for all of this, right? So we need to key into platforms that support us, us women. Please don't do it alone. There are platforms that are created to provide the necessary support for you. Thank you so much. Now, this question is for Mrs. Morenike. From what you have seen, how can innovation be designed in a way that is both commercially viable and socially inclusive?
Okay, thank you for that question. I'll say that for innovation to be commercially viable and socially inclusive, whatever technology you're building, whatever product you're building to solve whatever problem needs to actually be from real lived problems. So it can't be just building for convenience. You need to think about access. So if you think about the money points, even Yellow, for example, what we've done is we've seen a gap where people have to pay their landlords 12 months upfront. And what we're doing is ensuring that people can pay on a monthly basis and use their funds for other things. So there must be a gap. There must be a problem, a real life problem you're trying to solve. I'm not sure who else's brain works this way, but whenever I go into a room and I see there's a manual problem, I think about how technology can solve it. So it's almost like you think about what the real problem is, not based on assumptions, what's actually happening, and then how can I innovate around this problem and then make money from it. So I think the goal shouldn't be to balance profit and inclusion. It should be to design systems where inclusion and profit reinforce one another. That's what I would say.
All right, thank you so much for that. And this question is for Mrs. Zubaydo. We often talk about innovation as disruption, but reciprocity suggests mutual benefits, right? How can we cooperate? So similar to what Madam Morenike was saying, technology providers to create that solution to serve both business growth and a broader social inclusion.
Okay, thank you for the question. So to that, basically, disruption gets a bad rep, we all know. But how I like to see disruption is just taking an alternative route to your destination. So when we are structuring our businesses, we need to look at every single aspect. We need to brainstorm on every single idea so that we'll be able to scale. You understand? So if at, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Okay. All right. So if we want business growth and inclusion, what we need technology providers to do is provide accessible platforms, first of all. These platforms also need to be user-friendly. And lastly, they need to be adaptable. So let's talk about the accessibility. Now, at Zoho, during our research and development, we take it as an important factor to look at the markets where we have the markets that use our platforms.
So you have different pricing models for different markets. So we consider that. That enables every business from every point. So whether you are at your initial stages, you're a small business, or you're at your mid stages, or you are now an enterprise business, there's always something for you. I was just speaking with a wonderful lady. She's been in business for a very long time, but she wants structure. And she was talking about how setting up a business is expensive, you understand? But now at Zoho, we make it accessible for you so that at any stage of your business, you can be part of the game, you understand? Then with user friendliness, almost every day when I'm on the call with my clients, you get them wanting something easy to use. They want to be able to navigate the platform from the get-go. They want to be able to set up with their team and scale in no time. Then lastly, adaptability. We talked about now with our platform, you'll be able to reach different markets. So now as a business owner, I want to reach Europe, I want to reach Asia. So what happens if I'm not able to transact in different currencies? I should be able to transact in dollars, in yen, and so on and so forth. But not just that. What if tomorrow I want to set up a business in these countries? When I have team members there and I'm enjoying Zoho Books, which is our finance application. So I'm enjoying Zoho Books and I'm using it in Nigeria. I'm using the English version. If I have a team in Cameroon, they should be able to also reap the benefits that I am experiencing by having those applications, but tailored to French, things like that. So at the end of the day, you need these three things in place so that businesses can be included and grow.
Thank you for that. So Zoho has created a platform that is not only socially inclusive, like what you've mentioned, but it also provides organizations, people that run businesses, the opportunity to scale, right? Thank you so much. Now, this question is for Mrs. Bukola. From your experience, what does give to gain look like in practice for women founders? Is it about mentorship? Is it about access? Is it about collaboration? Is it about credibility? Or is it something deeper?
Okay, so I think we kind of touched that in the first question we were asked. So just layering on top of that, I would say that the give to gain is about not being a consumer. And I say this to my boys a lot. They're always on TikTok, watching this one, watching that one. I said, what are you going to create? Let's not be a consumer economy. You know, we all have something in us. We all have something that somebody can learn from. So showing up in a room, fantastic. But what are you contributing to that room? Yeah, it's still give to gain. You're giving something. And it's not about the hierarchy. It's about the value. I could not have delivered an event by myself yesterday. So if I was thinking, I only need this hierarchy, it's not going to happen. I need to have a team. And it's layered with different tiers of stakeholders. So which one do you want to plug into? So the value is not in the hierarchy of, oh, let me tag along and speak to CEO of this or that. You will be amazed at who can help you or who can give something back to you in return. So I would say I've got one more point. And the other one is sharing access. You know, what you share compounds. Like, I've benefited from people that I even least expect to help me or to give access to something. So, you know, and as we all embrace this give to gain thing, it compounds. It's like, there's something they say in Yoruba. Sorry if you're non-Yoruba speaking. They said, "Bese lore," as in if you give something, that person owes you. I don't know if I've translated it correctly. So I already feel obliged, sort of, to do something. You know, it's like you're banking it, you're putting something in a pot. So let's imbibe that attitude of, you know, and they said givers never lack, right?
Yeah.
My mom says,
Yes.
okay, so let's just give. And that's what I keep saying, without expecting. Of course, not to hurt yourself.
Yeah.
Give within reason, within your capacity. And, you know, some people say to me, I can't do this, but I can do this. You know, just something that it still fits within and it's not going to hurt you or your business or your family. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So ladies, you heard that. Do not gatekeep, share your access as well. So before we go on to Mrs. Morenike, I wanted to also mention that if you do have some questions, I don't know who is receiving the questions, so that we can practice when we say we want to be more inclusive, we practice that now, right? So if you have questions, please write them down so that we can take that immediately after the panel. So this is for Mrs. Morenike. Women are often strong adopters and drivers of community-based commerce. How can digital platforms better recognize and support that strength?
Okay, so women are naturally connectors, trusted connectors.
Yes, definitely.
For one, after the keynote speaker spoke about Zoho and then sitting right beside her, I've heard so much about Zoho today. I'm probably going to tell everybody I know. Zoho can do your invoicing. Zoho can do. That's the woman for you.
Yeah.
Once it's working, she will advertise it. But I think a lot of innovation and tech platforms see women as end users and not really multipliers of value. That's really the real problem. So they need to start designing for trust, designing around things that really concern women in terms of family obligations, their responsibilities, things that would actually affect them and impact them, because a woman will sell your business. I'm sure most of the men out here will probably leave this room, maybe with transactions, but most women will live with the softer side and refer people to their friends and say, oh, I got this happened, that happened. The goal is for women to live with transactions, but the truth about it, women start the process. They start that the word of mouth. They tell people, this is what is happening, you can use this, you can use that. So a lot of products need to see women as that, and not just end users. They can actually help you during the process of getting your sales. For example, your relationship manager. You see, I remember everything she has said.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to tell people I met the relationship manager in Zoho today, so that's a woman for you.
Yeah.
So it's very important.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And just to add to what you said, not only would I take a cue from what you said and sort of like spread the word, I would like to try Zoho for, women
awesome.
radio, because we all need to scale, right? And I really want to scale as well. Okay, so this question is for you, Mrs. Zubaida. In your observation, what are women entrepreneurs and business leaders doing right in the use of digital tools? And where do you still see that missing opportunity stroke gap?
So I'll take this opportunity to thank the women who are doing well. We have two of them here, and we have some of them in the audience. They are building platforms that are making an impact in women's lives.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
All right. So these platforms have enabled women to share knowledge, to collaborate better, right? And to mentor each other. So a lot of times, I myself have benefited from this. I have experience. I have dabbled in entrepreneurship at some point in my life. I've done a lot, as my colleagues would say. And I would say that really empowered me, right? I had resources, so many resources to tap into. So yeah, it did personally make an impact in my life. So we thank both of you for all the efforts that you're doing. And yes, so these platforms are one of the ways that they are making an impact in our lives. Now, we need those opportunities that could be modified are, let's all tap in. Automation. You mentioned, as a woman, we have so many roles in our lives. I'm a mother, I'm a professional, I'm a caregiver. I can do it all. I don't really personally advise women to do it all, but you can. You know what? With the support of the digital ecosystem.
Yes.
So as a woman, I want to attend my daughter's sports event, right? On Thursday. But I have to send a reminder email to a client. Why can't I do both, right? So when I have automations in place, I can be present in my daughter's event while that is taken care at the back end. So automation, we can do things like, yes, we have roles, we can do it all by ourselves, but we need to have systems and structures. I'm a very system structure person. Don't even ask my colleagues. They have a lot to say. So let's automate better. Now, the second part of that is, let's remember, even after you automate, there's this convenience that you get when all your systems are in one place. So let me give you an example. I talked about the CRM, the brain of your business, right? You have your CRM, your Zoho Books, which is your financial or accounting software. You have your Zoho Inventory. They're all speaking together. Information is flowing from one app to the other. And when you just look at your dashboard, you're able to have a holistic view of what is going on in your whole business. That convenience comes from integrating your platform. And at Zoho, all our applications do that. And it even goes the extra step. So let's say now you are not using our project management software, Zoho Projects. You're using ClickUp. Who here is using ClickUp? Nice. All right. So now, even when you're using ClickUp and your team is using ClickUp and you are really anxious about moving them to Zoho, you can still maintain your platform and integrate it with ours. So we accommodate that as well. But you are moving to Zoho, right? Okay.
I've moved already.
I love this. We're already collaborating as women.
Exactly. So automation and integration, those are the things that women really need to tap into more. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So just to reiterate what you're saying, as women, we can do it all. We need to ensure that we try and automate everything that we're doing so that we don't miss out on that or the many opportunities that we have ahead of us. Okay, thank you for that. The next question is for Mrs. Buki. Many women have ideas and skills, but they remained disconnected from market capital, execution support. What practical systems need to build and to change that pretty much?
Okay, thank you so much for that. I want to say to Zubaida that I already use Zoho.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
I moved from zero accounting software to Zoho, and I'm using your free plan, and it does everything I need it to do.
Oh, nice. But
So I need to upgrade. So it's a great product, and I'm speaking from customer experience. It does everything. I do my VAT returns on it. I do my accounting. So yeah, give it a go. Marketing.
thanks.
So back to the question about helping women. I think the most important thing from what we talked about yesterday, I'll bring that in, is women, we shy away from our numbers. I don't like numbers. I studied economics. I could have done accounting, and I didn't want to do any number crunching. I still met a module in accounting eventually that I couldn't run away from. And I say to my daughter and everyone that there's barely anything you do without maths. If you want to do nursing, if you want to do sewing, because I tried to learn sewing and I realized that this maths is still chasing me again. I needed to know the numbers, the measurements. When I got to the UK, I attempted to do nursing, and again, I need to know maths because you can't administer drugs without knowing the body mass.
right
I'm like, oh my God.
Yes.
So I had to go back to the basics. No escape for me. So I want to say to us that we need to know our numbers, especially the ones that want to go for investment or whatever it is. Don't leave it to your accountant. You know, you want to know what's going in, what's coming out. Otherwise, you're running a charity or expensive hobby like some of us do, and we're calling it a business. And we need to have access to platforms like Female Techpreneur, like Guardian Women, and so many other platforms out there that are already supporting women. Go and tap into it. There's no other way out. Being an entrepreneur is a lonely journey, and if you want to do it alone, solo, it's going to be twice as hard. So tap into that. And also, I was going to say that execution support, you know, when we're stuck and we've done MVP, we know there's Lovable, there's Replit, all these no-code applications that could give you a quick win to present to your audience and test the market. But to move to the next level, then you have to build something solid within your own environment that you can control. You know, seek incubators. So one of the ladies, I said, I don't know what to do. And the panelist said, join an accelerator. That's what it's there for, to accelerate you, to give you that support end-to-end to get into where you need to get to. And also, I'll tap in from UK. When we did the decision room in London, we had corporates in the room. A lot of corporate organizations can do better, right? They have problems, they have challenges, as some of these startups and entrepreneurs are trying to fix. How do we work together? You've got the money. We've got the idea. Let's talk. You know, like Unilever and all those, you can bring in an entrepreneur that's building something relating to the problem that you have. Somebody was building a platform yesterday about, she asked the question, have we ever complained about a vendor before? And everybody put their hand up on social media. You know, you want to really, you know, blackmail them, put their picture there, tell them how bad they are. And she said, I'm fixing that. So if an organization is interested in feedback and knowing all those kind of stuff, how do you manage that, you know? So there's so much more we can do. Tap into a community, and also corporates, let's do better. Invest, sponsor, and support these entrepreneurs. Thank you.
And just to reiterate as well, the first point you mentioned is also to know your numbers, right? Don't delegate that fully. Have that awareness, because that would help you as well. Okay, so the next question is for Mrs. Morenike. What opportunities do you see for women, not just as users of these digital platforms that we've been talking about, but as builders, decision makers, and owners within the ecosystem?
I think there are lots of opportunities that exist. I think one in particular will be wealth creation.
Okay.
So apart from just being end users of these digital platforms, a lot of women have the opportunity to make money from these platforms. And it's just knowing the right ones, where to make money from and how to use it. Back to Zoho, for example. I mean, if you're using Zoho for your invoicing system, your email marketing, and things of that nature, your business already looks tech savvy enough, and people are interested and wanting to pay you more money because of the value you're creating, essentially, and giving to them. So women need to ensure they sit at the intersection and not just at the end of this product. Sit at the intersection, sit at those tables and make the decisions when it comes to capital allocation, even just deciding on policy. What policy should affect this sort of product? What should be the strategy, this sort of product? Because I find that when it comes to inclusion, you can't do it at the end of the product, it's at the beginning. So we need to make sure our voices are heard. The last speaker who spoke, Mrs. Abosede, I think mentioned things around that as well, just making sure that you're making those decisions, you're asking the right questions, and just being heavily involved. So that way we can see that the opportunities for inclusion, women will be more included essentially because they will now take into account different factors.
Which is very important. And we do have a robust ecosystem, right? Especially in technology, right? We have the likes of Mrs. Buki. We love what you're doing with your entrepreneurship, the tech side of it. And just to add to what you're saying, and also what I've forgotten her name from FSDH mentioned, we need to be able to plug into these different ecosystems so that we can be not only inclusive, we have solutions to some of these problems that we've mentioned, like lack of capital, lack of support, and sometimes it could just be friendship, that would encourage you to, keep going, for lack of a better word. Thank you so much. So this question is for Mrs. Zubaida. What would you say to organizations that still see women's digital inclusion as a CSR conversation rather than a growth and competitiveness in terms of strategy?
Okay. What? Yeah. So she said they're in the Stone Age. Totally valid. Another thing is being in the Stone Age allows them to leave money on the table.
Yeah.
We all know that diverse teams provide diverse perspectives. And what you have now is a pool of ideas. You have a wider pool of ideas. And from that, you can now carry out and select unique perspectives to solve big problems in this society. But if you decide that, okay, no, we're just helping women, let's just be 50-50. 50% of our staff should be women. No, don't do it for the sake of doing it. Don't do it because it's the trend. Do it as strategy. They shouldn't look at it as a charity case. It's strategy. Women are there. We have our own unique skills and perceptions, right? A lot of us don't want to be associated with being empathetic. But I personally disagree with that. What is the backbone of the business? It's the people, right, that are breaking their backs to make things happen, to provide services. And what is wrong with being empathetic to your team. So empathy needs to be there, but assertiveness also needs to be there. Like I mentioned, I worked in the bank, and I worked with brilliant women. My divisional head was a lady. My group head was a lady. And they created these spaces for me, right? And they were assertive. They supported me, but they also wanted the results. They wanted the results. So they were able to balance it. So these companies need to start looking at it as strategy. Include women. Yeah. You would definitely reap the benefits. These are things that research has shown. Women being included in teams, with women being included in teams, you are able to produce more than your peers. Don't you want to be competitive that way? So don't look at it as strategy case. Let it be strategy. You need to see diverse perspectives to grow. Yeah.
So thank you. So what I'm hearing clearly is bank on a woman, right, in your different organizations. And in terms of productivity, you will definitely see that outcome and ripple effect. Thank you so much. So this is the last but not the least question for our panelists, and this goes out to that do not just empower women, but actually move them into revenue, growth, and leadership.
Okay, so empowerment without execution is noise. Yes. You know, it gets no one anywhere. And what I've noticed is that clarity over motivation, you know, I think we're already self-motivated. In fact, there's a saying that women are over-mentored right now. So it's like, how do we move from mentoring to... And I would say that structure over noise. You know, we need to have structure. Like yes. We talked about having structure and systems in place. You know, we can make all the noise, but if we don't have the tools to help us, we're going to suffer burnout. You know? And also, I would say access. You know, no gatekeeping. We do that a lot. You don't come to me, you can't get access. So that is the big challenge for people. A lot of people are underrepresented and they're not really connected. How do we open doors for those people so that their businesses, their ideas have a chance to thrive? And also outcomes over activities. You know, there's a lot of activity happening, and does it drive any outcome? We're just busy. In fact, I said to my friend, we're busy worrying me sometimes. You know, we are just busy doing what exactly? You know, you need to be outcome driven, and most importantly, decisions. Right? A lot of us procrastinate a lot, and you want it to be perfect. You know, progress over perfection. As we're trying to perfect it, things have moved on. I have people that are building ideas, launching now. By the time they get ready to, I want it to be perfect. Somebody else has taken over, and you're now competing. Something that you should be market leader, you're now competing to even get your leg in. So let's not procrastinate. Not making a decision is a decision in itself, and that is why I titled my program the decision room. You need to execute, whether it's a wrong or right one. Press the button, just do it. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. I've been told that our time is up. I would like us to. I'm not sure we have time for questions, but what we will do is we'll make ourselves available somewhere at the back, and you can have access to us if you have further questions. Can we please give a sounding round of applause to the panelists? And thank you, Ghanaian, for this opportunity.
And to my moderator, thank you so much. Right for a group photograph over here. Thank you for challenging and encouraging women to be more, what's the word? To be bolder about taking and making the move. What if she stands right here front? What if she? Okay, that's fine. IJ, yes, please. Our matriarch is coming up to join us. Please let her make way to the center. That is Guardian Woman 001. If you want to look like this when you're 76, strong, pale, hearty, well aware of what's happening, and still changing the lives of other people, please celebrate our matriarch, Lady Alex Ebube. Thank you. To our panelists. To our panelists, thank you so much for making out the time to share of your experience, your expertise with us here. We are really grateful. I am one of the reasons why I continue to be happy about events like this is sometimes somebody needs to hear it 100 times before she finally makes the move. So it's fine. That's why we have billboards, so that you can keep seeing the sign until you buy. So it's okay if we keep having the conversation until people make their moves. Speaking about what we can be doing to help the next generation, let me take 1 minute to say what Joyce Daniels and Associates does. Joyce Daniels, Queen of Talk, yours truly. I chose 18 plus years ago to be a master of ceremonies. I chose that as a profession. It was not a fluke. It was not a side hustle. I chose it as my business because I considered myself and still consider myself a restless talkative who needed direction to direct the talking to impact. I wasn't going to leave my being a talkative, being told to shut up, names of noisemakers. I wasn't going to let it just go like that. How can? I was going to ensure it became an empire that would chart causes for others. We've trained over 1,000 masters of ceremonies across Africa. If you know a phenomenal MC somewhere in Nigeria or beyond, chances are that they've been trained by me through a course or a book. Yes, I wear my stripes. Some of them are here. Here. I don't even know all of them. Sometimes some people send me photos. She's emceeing something in Kenya. She's somewhere in Namibia. She's in Abuja. And she says, hey, I attended your program that year. I did this one. Why? Because I've seen that it's not only a gift or a talent, it's a skill, and it could be a profitable business. There are 9 of us on our team. 7 of us are women. 2 of us are men. When we are not on stage emceeing, we train professionals to speak with confidence and clarity without fear or self-doubt to anyone, anywhere, and at any time. Because I hear some people say, Joyce, I can speak very well when it's people I know. But put me in front of an audience, everything blur. We show you how to employ it. That's what we've done. We've created systems, frameworks, not tips. We don't teach tips. We teach systems and frameworks that would show you how to communicate the thing that is in your mind clearly for people to understand and run with. And I'm very proud of myself and my team and Joyce Daniels and associate team members who are here. Thank you so much. We've been partnering with Guardian Woman for 3 years now. And it's been a wonderful relationship of exchanging value. And I thank Guardian Woman for making sure that we're here again this year. So, when you are ready to join us in speaking more confidently and you need guidance and training, please reach out to Joyce Daniels and Associates. If you Google Joyce Daniels, you'll see us all over the place. LinkedIn, all of that, website. We have all sorts of packages for you to be more assertive in your speaking. And by the grace of God, later this year, about the long vacation, we will finally unveil something in training for teenagers and children, because we hear a lot of parents reach out to us to say, I need to train my child or my teenager. And we finally have the capacity to brought in more trainers, and we're very proud of that. Because the world is transformed always by people who share their ideas and their desires. If you don't share it, if you don't communicate it, it remains your pet project. And we're done with pet projects. We're now about institutions that are changing lives. I'd like to welcome our next speaker, who is changing lives through what may have started as her pet project, but now hundreds and thousands of families are being transformed by the service that she provides. And I'm talking about Caring Africa. Last year, she was here as a panelist. This year, she's going to speak to us from her heart for about 10 minutes. This woman is passionate about closing the global care gap. Many women are caregivers but are not earning from it. She's found a way to provide digital services to help close the care gap and the funding gap and the earning gap for care through her platform, Caring Africa. Caring Africa works to create sustainable childcare infrastructure, unlocking the potential for the care economy and making care visible, valuable, and viable. Please join me as I welcome the founder, Caring Africa, Blessing Desion, as she comes up to stage. Your slide.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning, or is it afternoon? I'm not even sure. My apologies. I went skiing with my kids, and they went faster than I did, so I broke my knee. But we thank God for our wonderful medical team, and recovery. But I wanted to be here today because Ijoma was like, no, you're working so hard on something so important, and it will be, amiss if we don't address that, today at the Guardian Women Festival. For those who don't know me, my name is Blessing Adeshino. I'm the founder and CEO of Caring Africa, and Caring Africa is a platform, or I would say a social enterprise that is closing the care gap for women, for families, for institutions as well, and we'll dive into that. So this is more of a masterclass for those who are here in the room. And I heard the initial, the panel before me, talk a lot about structure, about, innovation, about, outcomes. And I'm here to submit to you that a lot of those things are only possible when we have care, right? How many of you dropped off your kids at a daycare center or at school today? Just raise your hand, okay? Oh, you have a baby? A nanny is watching right now, maybe? So care as infrastructure is a national imperative for growth. And it's one of the things that we're starting to talk about here in Nigeria. I don't know if you all know this, but Nigeria is on track to be the third most populous country in the world. Does that scare you? I really hope it does. I hope it does. Behind India and China. And so what that means is that you and I, are going to be squeezed, right, for resources. What that means is that our children will not have access to quality care if we don't do something. What that means is that our elderly ones, our aging parents, who we love so dearly, will die an untimely death if we don't have proper care infrastructure in place. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we have done, and I already mentioned the Nigeria's moment, which is that we are at a demographic and economic inflection point. We all know everything is expensive. I've been seeing a lot of things going on social media the last couple of days. Everybody's complaining. So we are financially squeezed, and we are also squeezed for care, right? We're also seeing rapid urbanization in the country. So more and more people are coming into Lagos or going to Abuja, and that is also straining resources. We are also seeing increasing, need for both male and female to work. How many of you have a partner that does not work? Raise your hand. A partner, a boyfriend, a girlfriend that doesn't work. Okay, so we all know that everybody now needs to work so that we can actually afford our daily expenses. So what that means is, and we're seeing a rising demand for structured care systems, which means we know that we can no longer rely on an auntie or an uncle or all of that is no longer possible as much as we want them to be. And so what that means is that we actually need to invest in care, right? We can it's no longer a drill. We can no longer somehow wish this away. We need structured care systems in this country, or everything is going to collapse on all of us. Next slide, please. So what's the reality today? Care in Nigeria is largely informal, right? Largely, if you just, in fact, my favorite example is, the roadside, nannies and drivers. You can just grab anybody, or they send you somebody from the village that will come and then, beat your kids up. So care is informal. It's largely unregulated. Our government is not regulated because we don't think it's something that should be regulated. What does it mean? Is it that you don't know how to cook? What skill? That's not a skill. Everybody should know how to cook. Everybody should know how to clean. But it's actually a skill. It actually needs to be regulated. And the only reason we've not regulated it is because women have been doing this work and women have been doing it for free. And so we now need to pull the wool over our eyes and say, look, we need to regulate women's work. The same way we've regulated men's work, whether it's plumbing, it's electrician, we've regulated those industries because we've seen that they had value. And so we need to go back to the drawing board and think about regulating women's work. I saw an Harvard video of a lady cooking, and they're like, oh, that is culinary medicine. I said, well, I'm happy that we finally are having vocabularies, coming up with vocabularies for what used to be considered women's work. It's invisible, it's gendered, it's also fragmented, right? There's no real ecosystem for care. All of us are just randomly grabbing people from the road, grabbing people from somewhere to watch our most prized possession. That one is another story that we're not going to get into. Next slide, please. Okay. Well, I'll just keep talking. All right. So there's an economic cost for ignoring care, right? There is a huge economic cost, and I don't think I need to, debate that with the people in this room, because we all know that, when women work, oh my goodness, the economy benefits, households benefit. 90% of a woman's income goes back into the household. 90%. Think about that. And so what that means is that if we don't have structured care systems, you and I are not able to work. Even when we work, it's like, hey, I will only do a couple of hours, right? Because I need to rush back. And that is a strain on our financial capability as women. We also know that because there's no real childcare system in this country, we are losing money. We are losing money to childcare constraints. When women cannot, find affordable, quality childcare, and so you will hear men say, no, now that you have a baby, you have to stay home. Because, in their minds, they're like, no, I don't want my child to go to a daycare and they drug the child to sleep. There's no, and can I submit to you that we also, because we're not regulating anything around care, a lot of us that are taking our children to daycare centers, those children are not safe. I can count how many daycare centers in Lagos alone that is licensed. And even the licensing requirements, you should follow me one day to licensing center in Lagos. It's a joke. So we do not have proper regulation. And so that continues to inhibit women's participation because there's no confidence. And the man is going to come and say, no, you're not going back to work. I know, by the way, I don't know why it is that when we have children, it is the woman's paycheck that is always on the chopping block. Like, oh, yeah, maybe they only pay you 300,000 and childcare is 300,000. So just think, but nobody is putting the man's paycheck on the table to say, okay, you should be, they only pay you 500. Maybe you should be the one to stay home so that you may have a more better career outlook. Nobody is looking at that. So women are the one who continue to, we are penalized, right, when there's no care system. Next slide, please. I want to scoot through this very quickly. So we have an opportunity, right? Every challenge that I just mentioned, the lack of regulation, the invisible nature of this work, how hard it is to formalize and professionalize the care workforce. There is actually an opportunity to create meaningful jobs. Think about it, if we professionalize the care workforce, if we make it, make sure that there is skilled certification, being a nanny, for being a driver, being a chef, being in the household, right? Being a childcare provider, if we actually formalize that workforce, then we stand to actually bring people out of the informal workforce into a more formal workforce, and there's oversight, right? We also have an opportunity for small businesses and service providers, the childcare centers. A lot of them, they really want to grow, but it can't grow if you're not going to bring your child. Right? Maybe you and I are here in VI and Ikoyi and we have access to childcare centers. But I submit to you that a lot of women across the country do not. And also there's a pathway for youth employment. We know there's a rising, youth unemployment in the country. We're able to actually, make the care workforce an attractive industry. Can you imagine when people think that, oh my God, being a professional nanny is a dignified work, right? Then you actually attract really strong candidates that really care about our children, that care about our elderly ones. So we need to think about that. Strong demand across income levels. So care is both infrastructure for families, but it's also an industry. And that is why I always say it's not when I talk to companies or I talk to government leaders, they're like, this will cost money. No. It will cost money, but it will yield returns, immediate returns. Next slide, please. And so there's a global shift we are seeing across the country. I spent about 20 years in the US, and a lot of the work that I did was in the care economy. And they're all realizing that the same way we invest in roads, the same way we invest in buildings, the same way we invest in bridges and power, is the same way we need to invest in care. Care is the work that powers all other work. You and I will not be here without care. If somebody calls you right now and says, Grandma, oh, your dad is in the hospital, you will throw everything away and grab your bag and get out of here. So care is the work that powers your work. And I even want to submit to the ladies that talk about structure. For women, care is the foundation before structure. When you have proper care infrastructure in place, you actually have the energy, the clarity to put that structure in place. So globally, care is now recognized as economic infrastructure, workforce enabler. It's recognized as a gender equality driver and an investment opportunity. We're now seeing investors all over the world thinking about care, saying, "Can I invest? I want 200 childcare centers in Ethiopia, for example. We are working with Brazil. We are working with governments in Iceland. They're seeing care as a fundamental economic driver, and it's time for Nigeria to see care that way." I'm gonna wrap up. All right. Next slide, please. So for me, this is a call to the room, wherever you are in your journey, whether as a professional, as a business leader, a government leader. We are right now working with the state of Lagos and on a federal level to put in place what we call a national care policy. And that national, yes, that actually deserves a round of applause. And that national care policy framework is going to standardize child care systems across the country. It will structure elder and disability care. It will formalize care workforce pathways, and it will provide guidance for employers. Can you imagine if every company in Nigeria that is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange actually provides child care? Can you imagine how powerful that would be for families? Next slide, please. And we can just put, we've just talked about the businesses. Let's put forward. Okay, let's go forward again. All right, so here are the core pillars of the national care policy. Care work, recognizing the unpaid work of women, engaging men in caregiving. I see some men in the room nodding their head. If we actually get men to participate in care, that will relieve, women of a lot of the burden, and they can actually also fulfill their own dreams, their own ambitions. And we have data that shows that when men step into care, they have better sex and they make more money. I don't know why we're not talking about this. How many of you are happy when you are the only one that did all the work and your husband now shows at 10:45? You would just be like, please, if you touch this body. So we know we have data to prove that. Maternal care, pregnancy, postpartum, early care, child care, ensuring that we have standards, safety and affordability, in Nigeria. Aging care, dignified and structured systems. Disability care, we cannot forget. In fact, I have a new appreciation for disability care after this meeting. I said, God, we need to add that proper, and it needs to be very clear that there should be structured, inclusive, and accessible systems for persons with disability. Care workforce, training, certification, and protection of the care workers, which is very important in this country. And lastly, investing in the care economy. The care economy is, in the US, it's about $670 billion a year annually. We've not quantified that here in Nigeria, but I know it's huge. I know we have an opportunity. And in fact, when we invest in gender in this country, the annual economic value is about $30 billion. Can you imagine if there's an extra $30 billion for us to work with in this country, just by allowing women, providing women with a structure to participate fully in the workforce? I think the last slide is the last one. Okay, great. We've already started. We started with the Lagos State Care Policy, and we also have started working with various ministries across the country for a national care policy. So wherever you are, if you're hearing news around this, continue to encourage our policymakers, our government leaders. Ask them, where are you guys on this national care policy or this Lagos State Care Policy? That should help accelerate a lot of our effort. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you so much, Blessing. We care for you, and thank you for caring for us to the point where many of us wouldn't have been able to project. Thank you for ensuring that behind the scenes, structure has been added to the conversation about care. Scaling has been added to the conversation about care. Starting with caring, having caregivers that are trustworthy, trained, licensed. Thank you for all the work that you do. Please appreciate Blessing Adesina once again, founder, Caring Africa. If your hands are not tired, thank you. Thank you. Some of us have been sitting for about an hour now. You haven't moved, you haven't gone to the restroom. So whilst we're bringing the next panel up, you can stand up for a moment. Just stand up. Yes, you can stand and raise one hand up, raise the other hand up so your blood will flow well. You know what I'm saying? Then you can kick one leg out. Please rise. Kick. It's called a health break. It's called a stretch break. We're told that sitting is the new smoking. It's as dangerous as what we used to run away from smoking. Some of us just sit on end, and we're not very conscious of it. And if we don't care for ourselves, then who will? Right? We can only scale when we are caring for 77% care of human who is caring for ourselves. Are you joking? Come on. Hey, she has touched her toes. Hey. How many of us can touch our toes? Should I ask you to touch our toes? Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. I know that the chair in front of you might be an issue, so turn to the side. Turn to the side. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Final one. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Put your hands together for yourself. Thank you so much for being seated now. Thank you. This next panel I'm very excited about because it takes us to the higher level. The next level is the boardroom. Let come down. This next panel is about boardroom reciprocity. Now, there are statistics to show that there is only one country in the world where your boss is likely to be a woman. Only one country in the world where your boss at work is likely to be a woman. What country is that? Nigeria. Please clap. And one of the reasons, in my personal opinion and from things I've heard and seen, is one of the reasons is because of the amount of advocacy that has gone into women leadership. Not because we're looking for tokens, but because we have credible Ogologo women that can lead, strategize, and turn corporations and organizations around. So this conversation is dipping into that boardroom reciprocity, how women create value for business, society, and the next generation. Our moderator is a he for she per excellence. In his next life, he's going to be a woman. Welcome, Dr. Abiola Salami, founder, the peak performer, executive producer, No More Shrinking. Always. He's all about helping scale. Through executive coaching, workforce development, advisory services, and more. And today, you will see him in action. This morning, you should have heard the things Lady Maiden said about you. Oh my goodness. Some of us heard. She stood over there. She saw your photo. She was like, Dr. Abiola Salami, oh my God. Excellent man. He has written books. He is such an advocate and a good coach. Oh my God. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The things people say about you when you're not there, they matter so much. Join me, receive the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Lapo Microfinance Bank Limited, Cynthia Ifonsa. Corporate governance lawyer by training, a women financial inclusion expert and advocate, making finance available to many. The truth is, I personally know many women who touch some extra finance just because of the existence of this organization called Lapo Microfinance Bank. And she is an embodiment of Lapo from when she was born. How do I mean? For those who don't know, her father founded Lapo. Not your father. There's the founder. Okay, Ijoma and I were having that conversation about that. She said, you took over from the founder and you have been part of it over 20 years. Please celebrate. Took over from the founder and ensured that financial inclusion is what it is today. Thank you so much. Join me welcome the Executive Director, Women in Management, Business and Public Service, Wimbies, Omomi Akimbo. If we're talking about organizations, institutions that have been at the forefront of advocating for women in leadership, the first name we will mention is Wimbies. And today she sits at the helm of affairs, ensuring that Wimbies continues to thrive. She is a strong advocate not only for women in leadership, but for transformational leadership that has execution roped into it. No be only cho. After cho, now do. Welcome, Mom. And finally on this panel, we have Ekemini Akpakpan, Executive Secretary, Women in Successful Careers, Whiskers. I've known Ekemini for what, over 15 years, from our days in Uyo to Lagos, and she has stayed the same. Institutional strengthening expert. Wherever she would lend her voice, her expertise, her skill, her time to ensure that the institution is strengthened, there you will find her. And in her role as ES of Whisker, so many women have been mentored, strengthened, grown, developed, empowered because of the work that you do. Thank you and welcome. Mr. Moderator, I hand over to you.
Thank you very much. 40 minutes, great. So that should be adjusted. Okay, great. Please, can you applaud the MC? She's doing an excellent job. By the way, I know her. I know her for a while. We have a number of similarities. So, ladies and perhaps a few gentlemen in the room, good afternoon. Hey, is anybody keeping malice with me? What's going on? Good afternoon. Thank you. First, I'd like to acknowledge my mother. There are many ways to describe her. Publisher, chairperson, wonderful, amazing. But for me, she's my mom. My mom. Thank you. Thank you. You know, when you find someone that believes in what you are doing, and not just that, the person says it, but the person consistently shows up. It is important that we don't take it for granted. For the past 3 years now, or thereabout, every Tuesday when you turn to the #1 newspaper on this continent, you will find this boy sharing some insights, and she worked the miracle to make sure that on the Guardian every Tuesday there's becoming a peak performer. And there are loads of other things. And so when I say my mama, so don't be jealous of me. Forms are available if you want to join our family at a token. So thank you very much. And thank you for this opportunity. And by the way, it's a family meeting kind of, family discussion kind of. All the ladies, when I saw the names of all the ladies on the panel, I said, these are my sisters, my family members. What I like about this panel is the conversation that we're about to have. And that we are moving the conversation from representation to value, to impact. There are some stakeholders, both male and female, who think that when we are discussing representation, we are talking about tokenism. That is just give women, just make room for more women. Child, give more women and give more women. So there are some that just see it from the perspective of representation that, oh, a woman is occupying an office. But as a performance strategist, I don't always just see a woman occupying an office. It's about the impact of that woman occupying the office, the kind of difference that the woman is making by occupying the office. So it now makes our conversation on representation more valid. That the more women we have, not just by counting numbers, the better and easier for us to transform our society and to uplift lives, to make greatness happen. And ladies and the few gentlemen in the room, I can attest to the fact that all the 3 ladies on this panel, they are not just occupying the space as representatives, they are making a massive impact. And personally, I'm super proud. Personally. So in case you are tempted to put your hands together, let me tell you that you should actually applaud them. So let's go. Great. So with that out of the way, first coming to the CEO of Lapo to ask questions. And as a leader in an institution with deep social and economic impact that Lapo continues to extend and continue to have, how do you see boardroom decisions shaping outcomes for undeserved communities, especially for women?
First of all, I'd like to say thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. Am I audible? Okay, so I usually have a problem with audio of my voice, so I'll try to raise it. I'd like to say thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. I'm happy to be a part of it, and this is also my first as well. So to your question, Abiola and I go a long way. How are we creating impact and creating impact in underserved communities and for women? Right. So Lapo Microfinance Bank has a history, a long legacy, social history, which we ride on, and that is very fundamental to the way we work. I'll take it back to the founder. When he founded the institution, it was more on women, and it was very specific. And that was because he felt when you empower a woman, you are empowering a household, and then you're also empowering a community. So taking it from there, that became a pivotal foundation upon which we work. And on the board,
it is also very central. Most of the decisions that we make are based on who will this strategically, why are we taking this decision, and who is it for, and what impact will it make. The first thing is always the woman. So if we are taking a decision, say for example, the policy or product design is to ask what is the impact and what is driving this. And that, I believe, is what has led Lab to this level. I say that because more than 65% of our customers are women. And when we first started, it used to be 100% men. And then it was just fully a pro-women organization. But gradually we decided, we started to relax a bit and said, there's also a need to include men, so you have more diverse group. So at the moment, we have over 65% who are female clients. And then if you also look at the management team as well, management, we have 50% men, 50% women. And then on the board itself, we also have 60% men, 40% women. Those are very deliberate steps because we believe that to make a decision that concerns either what the services you provide, you need diverse perspectives. And we start that from the board, in the product policies that we make, in the products that we design, because we know we have a target segment. And our target segments are the underserved community. Lapo Microfinance Bank has its footprint across 34 states, apart from 2 states. And in all of those areas of footprint, the very first thing that we look at are women, either as small business owners or as MSMEs or SMEs. So those are critical focus, and they remain our critical focus. So you can imagine that kind of large footprint or network. When you're making a decision, you need different people to take a decision or have perspective and make contributions to whatever it is you are also going to provide as services. Because at the end of the day, there's value to be created. There are people to be reached, because our first mission is to grant access to women, and particularly those who are either the low-income earners or small business holders. So those women are focused. So at the boardroom level, like I say, it's more about who are we serving, why are we serving them, and what policies and what products are we designing to ensure that those that we are targeting, we still meet them at their point of need.
Fantastic. Please, a round of applause. You know, one of the things that we came the conversation on women empowerment, when we mentioned the word inclusion, many people erroneously think that we are narrowly focusing on just one side of the conversation. But what we've heard that LAPO is doing is real inclusion and diversity, that everybody is part of the conversation. Please, one more time, applaud what we just heard from her now. I'm going to win this. So WIPIS has done an excellent work over a sustained period of time. I mean, really excellent work over a sustained period of time, engaging female leadership, creating networks, helping women to advance in their careers. And I just want you to reflect on sharing with us how networks and ecosystems help women to create value, the kind of value that extends into the boardroom.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abiola. And good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Ebube. Happy International Women's Month, everybody. Okay, so I'll first of all start from my own school of thought decades ago. And I am very sure that there are so many people in this room that used to think like me. Anytime I hear about women association, I'm like, women. If you're in that school of thought, just do like this. I see some hands. So, and I can understand why. Because women, we are very special, aren't we? I think we should clap for ourselves one more time. We are very special, and of course that comes with a whole lot of other things. But in terms of the benefits of belonging to network and ecosystem, first is about the choice of the network that you belong to. The one that is clear on what the purpose and the mission is. For Wimbies, for instance, our mission is to inspire and empower you to attain leadership positions. So everything that we do is guided by that mission. Now, when it comes to boardrooms, research has shown that 70% or more of board appointments are based on referrals, nominations, and not open applications. So, if anybody is going to bring you on a board, somebody has to be able to speak on your behalf. Somebody has to be able to say, I know her. Because board position is not AI. I don't know how AI is still going to fix that bit. Because it even goes beyond your skills. I was in the forum yesterday and I heard someone say, whether you can solve calculus now doesn't matter. Because AI will do it faster than you. So board position is about your character, your emotional quotient, and your ability to strategically come up with decisions that will move the dial of the business forward. I would not want to bring someone that will cause skills on my business. So it's important that I know that person. And it's important that if I don't know someone that knows that person. And that's where your network and your ecosystem comes in. And that's why it's important to belong to associations like Wimbies. And beyond being in that ecosystem and network of people that will be able to share insights, opportunities when it comes, we also prepare women for board positions because it's a different ball game, like I had mentioned. So the dynamics that you need to manage a boardroom, relate with your chair, or even chair a board are the things that you'll be able to learn while being connected to that network. So it's important that you're connected to the right network that is deliberate about that and be intentional too about positioning yourself. Because you can be in that network and still not be known. So you need to be able to hone your skills, hone your capabilities, and there's no way to do that other than positioning yourself for service and being able to say, hey, I have the capacity to do this and delivering on this. And then once you're noticed and known, when those opportunities come up in the boardrooms, the vacancies, even organizations, because of the trust that they've been able to gain through Wimbies, they write us formally. We're looking for someone like this. They give a description, they give the kind of experience that they want, and even the age range. Can you send us some nominations? If you're not in our network, hello. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her, please. So, let me turn to the lady beside you and say, if you want to grow fast, I can't hear you. If you want to grow fast, join a network. Don't just join, be active in the network. How do you become active? I didn't hear the question. How do you become active? By serving in the network. So the lady listening to you? Yeah, sure she did. So put your hands together for her. Speaking of boardrooms of networks, one of the things I have observed, because I have the privilege of facilitating board sessions of training C-suite executives, and I found that I will get into a boardroom facilitating a session, and I may ask a question, and the first few hands to go up to attempt to answer my question are always men. Now, when I say, "Oh, okay, sir, could you please tell us your thoughts about the discussion?" 9 out of 10 times, this man that has raised his hand doesn't have a clue what we're talking about. Huh? He doesn't have a clue. But of course, I'm a facilitator. I will not say, sir, since you know you don't know anything, why didn't you just keep quiet? It is said that a fool, even when the person is quiet, is assumed to be wise. But of course, I will not say that. I'll say, oh, wow, that's a great contribution, sir. Thank you. I may even edit what you say, to make it look good based on the conversation of the day. But what I've also found is that there is a woman in that room who has the answer. However, this woman may not speak because she's probably calculating. So when I come, what if this thing I want to say? What if she may even go as far as saying, "This is my head today. I don't like the way it's looking. If I talk now, they will now see me. Oh, this is my dress now." And then, because of that, the woman will not make a contribution. And what happens is that she loses positioning of herself, the value she could bring to the board. The second thing that happens is that the value she could bring to the board, to the organization, the company will lose that value to competition. It extends beyond that, the industry that she exists, and then the economy as well. Which is why I created an intervention called No More Shrinking. No More Shrinking. And then I've been looking at the faces of the women in this room, and I'm glad to announce that 5 women will go with the book titled No More Shrinking today. Well, only 2 people are excited, so we will change our mind. Okay, now 3 people are excited, we'll still change our mind. Now, I thought there were 2.5 million women in this room. Okay, well, since 500,000 women out of 2.5 million women in the room are excited about it, we'll still do it. And by the way, we're adapting the book to a stage play tomorrow, Terra Culture. There are 2 shows, 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. So 5 men will get the book. We'll get the book. Thank you. So, still speaking about boardroom, we've heard the excellent work that Wendy's is doing. Whisker as well is doing an excellent work in building pipelines of female leadership. From your vantage point, from your perspective, what are those things that you've noticed that is probably preventing more women, from taking board roles, from getting into that circle?
Thank you so much, Dr. Abiola, and thank you to Guardian Women for having me here. I'm super proud that my work counts because we're talking about women being represented. all, but we always put up our hand when we find that that's necessary. And then going on to the enabling environment, the broader ecosystem, the private sector, there is a myth. I don't want to start any gender debate, but there is a myth that the boardroom, and I think I've actually heard one of our big CEOs in the space, the CEO of Sterling Bank, say that when the system was designed, women were not in the room. And so we have to edit the system. We cannot, I mean, I visited a big public space, a decision-making space. I don't want to start another argument. And they said there were only male bathrooms there because they expected the decision makers to be men for a very long time. So you can see the role that the decision-making space, the system plays in enforcing and reinforcing the kind of representation we want to see. So I'm saying that is a structure, space, system, private sector. We've called leadership the boys' club for a long while. And that boys' club, whether you like it or not, I know that we have women networks. There's such a thing as social mirroring. The network that you're in, if you're a man, you're going to invite more men into it. If you're a woman, you're going to invite more women into it. So let us, provide that enabling environment. Go to the policies and the practices of organizations. WISCA has done that for a while, being the UN Women Private Sector Liaison, going into organizations and saying, what is wrong? Why, we're talking about affirmative procurement, or why are there no women who are getting this procurement jobs? What is your pipeline like? What is your vendor list like? How can we make policies and practices together to ensure that more women are coming on board? We go to these organizations and we say, how do you make budgets to represent, the needs of women? So that policy, practice, system is very important. WISCA, WIMBES, WILAN, and Nigeria Governors Forum, we're currently in a coalition where we're coming together and saying, and going to the private sector and all the leadership spaces and, asking them to make this kind of reforms take place so that we can have more women in the room. I know that demand, thank you. So I know that the law of economics, the basic one, demand must match supply. So we cannot have the supply of women who are capable, but we do not have the demand for those women. Thank you.
Wow. Powerful. Thank you for reminding us of this law of demand and supply, which is critical even to this conversation. Critical to this conversation. So, as a performance strategist, when engaging with organizations, helping them to achieve three things: one, grow their revenue; two, enhance their operations; three, retain their stakeholders, both their top staff and top customers, so the business is happy. Because the primary goal of every business is profitability. Now, for you to sustain that profitability, it is important that you continue to create social impact. And then, for many communities, they're always looking at the business to help us. So we'll come and ask for sponsorship. So we'll come and ask for this. We'll come and ask for that. The CEO of this question. How do you think business leaders can balance the need for business profitability on one side with social impact, so that creates sustainable profitability, for organizations?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Yes, you're right. Generally, everyone knows that when you establish a business, the end goal is for you to be profitable. But in that path of profitability, there are a lot of things you also need to consider. I would say profitability should not have any conflict with the social side. Rather, there should be there should be a harmonization, or it should enhance each other. It should be mutually beneficial to both. If you don't do it that way, you miss it. An organization that is purely focused on profitability will lose a lot of things. You're either going to lose staff, you lose customers, and there will be a lot of trade-offs along the way. So for us in Lapo Microfinance Bank, our general belief is that when the customer grows, right, we grow. And that we believe is what will make us have that sustainable profitability. Because if you have a product and it's just for profit, you sell it, you make the gains, but there should be other things that you should also consider. When I made a reference, when I started when I responded to your first question, I made a reference to the fact that we have a history of social mission, and that has remained in our DNA as an organization. What we understood by that is for us to be sustainably profitable, we'll provide the solutions or the products that we need to design to customers. While doing it, we need to take into cognizance those areas where we operate, knowing fully well that we also have a responsibility to give back to those areas where we operate. So, for example, we have a scholarship scheme where we take into cognizance the fact that even though we are serving customers at that low end, there is a critical challenge that they have, which is sending their children to school. And we noted that if we can support them with some form of scholarship, that would help. It will help you have a long-standing or loyalty, established loyalty with these customers. They keep coming back to you, and then by word of mouth, you have more referrals, and then you have more customers. And I'll say that in itself, through that itself, we have been able to support customers' children of over 5,000. And those are students that are in secondary.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. There's something you said we did not hear.
5,000 scholarship holders at the moment. Yes. We've supported over 5,000, and the numbers keep growing. And that is in recognition of the fact that we know that for the low-income earner, there's a lot of things that pulls on their resources. And if you also don't help, it also impacts on your repayment as an organization. So if you do this part, it helps you because you're taking care, or you're able to support their children and ensuring that they go back to school. So that is also that in itself creates long-standing loyalty between us and our customers. And in addition to that is the fact that we recognize that the different areas where we operate, we may not be able to provide several other social amenities. But we also recognize that with this current climate change and climate adaptation agenda that we all hear and talk about, we know that in those communities there are additional things that we can do. So between last year and this year, we have planted over 3,000 trees.
Wow.
And those 3,000 trees were planted in the southwest of the country. And we feel that planting those trees in those communities will help. Because with a lot of rains and a lot of flooding, you see the impact either on farmers and produce. So we feel that contribution will really help. So as an organization, we should not underestimate the power of corporate social responsibility. It's very important. It's not just to take. You take, but you also need to give. And it is very, very critical that we understand that. And we should build that as part of the delivery model. Like I mentioned, that has been that has been a part of our DNA right from when we started, because we recognize that there's a social, there is a financial, and then there's a planet. So those three for us are very critical. we look at it as triple bottom line. So as you are taking care of you are providing services to people who at some point will harm the environment, you should give back to the environment. And in also doing that, you're also creating that awareness, and then you are bringing more people into your space in terms of the services that you provide. So what does that do in the long run? You have a long chain or unending chain of customers who are loyal, and then by word of mouth, they also say what you're doing, and then you have more people that you can serve. So that in itself is more sustainable as an organization. You are able to create sustainable profitability.
Fantastic. Now, everything she said is true, even on a personal note. I know that Lapu does this, so help me say thank you to Lapu. You know, I promise you 5 minutes. Whether I say thank you to Lapu. Okay, say thank you to Lapu. Thank you very much. So, I am moving to Whisker. I will end with one piece. I want to disrupt this a little bit. So, to the Executive Secretary of Whisker, how important is mentorship and sponsorship? Two different things, mentorship and sponsorship, in helping women move from competence to actual boardroom access.
Very critical. I always say that I'm the poster girl of mentorship. Because I had actually been a mentee of Whisker. I remember my first encounter. At that time, I was seeking clarity in my career, and this was 2020, just before the pandemic, or around that time. And then, when we were doing an induction, we saw the keynote speaker was Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, for example. And then when I got into the mentoring program, I was mentored by somebody who was in a similar role as I am today in a not-for-profit organization. So I have, been immersed in mentorship before even joining Whisker. So I know the importance of mentorship. And right now at Whisker, we have a program for mentorship program for people who are at senior level and trying to go into board and C-suite positions. So when people say that women are over-mentored, I don't really think that is, accurate. Because while we need mentorship, I think what we should say is that we should match it with sponsorship. Because at that point, you then, when you're mentored, somebody is saying, oh, these are the tactical opportunities for you. These are the kind of things I did that work for me. But mentorship is important. I remember my mentor has been a part of my life, even beyond Whisker. Say I knew her since 2020 up till today. Just changed organizations and thrive and all of that. But she's always available, mapping your career. We had an event recently, early this year, and we had somebody who is now in an ED position at Leadway Assurance. And she was being mentored by a CEO of another, bank in Nigeria through Whisker. And so she said when she joined Whisker, and that was her mentor, exactly where she is today is what the mentor said, because she was sort of running away from, stuff like that. And the woman said, this is where you're going to be, this is what you're going to do, and this is where you're going to end up. So I don't think mentorship is women are over-mentored. Then when it comes to sponsorship, I think it's very important because it then becomes practical. I think where it's underwhelming is when, you're getting mentored. What's the point of all of this mentorship? What are you getting from it? I hear people even say, too many mentorship programs, you guys are not impacting our lives. But I would say, show up to the mentorship, but then be intentional when you're there. When you have opportunities to speak. I remember when I was a Whisker mentee, they would say, lead a circle, do presentations. People took notice. And when I was going to get employed in Whisker, I don't think I knew the former ES, at that time. But I heard she was one of the people that advocated for me. But she hadn't met me personally, but perhaps during my time at Whisker, she knew, she had seen me do a few things. There was one time we had to serve, Mama spoke observing. And then she came to the class. I was teaching some girls because we have to go to secondary school and give back. So I was teaching some girls, and then she asked me a few questions. I can only remember encountering her twice. So I was shocked when they said she spoke up for me. So sponsorship, mentorship is very important. I would say it all over and over again. And by the way, our mentorship program applications are open now, but that's not why I'm saying you should be a BMP. So sign up. And then when you get into the room, hold the hands of the leaders don't make excuses. I think that senior leaders are very impressed when they set up meetings and you show up in time. People want to know that you value the time. I have mentors. I think Joyce Daniels is one of our mentors. And once she reached out to me to ask me, where is my mentee? I've not heard from her for a while. Sometimes we have programs and then we're expecting 100 people to be in the room. And then you have only 40 people join. And you're just wondering, why did you sign up for this if you're not interested in participating? And one of the programs we had was we usually do FCMB, She Ventures mentorship program, where we train the entrepreneurs and then we have them mentored and all of that. And when we have people, when we did the onboarding this year, we had the entrepreneurs saying, where is the funding? People need to give us funding. We want funding. But what they don't know is that at the last, during the last cohort, we had the women, some of the women who really stood out in class get grants. So I believe mentorship is not overdone. Please become a mentee, get sponsored. It's very important. In Nigeria now, we're talking about leadership, and we're saying that leaders are needed. We need to build that pipeline. The only way to have that is to have women in the waiting to take up these opportunities, and sponsorship and mentorship is very key. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that Joyce mentioned to me that we have 45 minutes, 20 minutes ago. So I'm watching it. I think something happened when the light clicked off. Something happened to that clock when the light clicked off. So my final question, Wimbies. How can more women transit into boardrooms?
All right, I'll break that into 3 points. And the first one is intentionality. I've been in rooms where the names of some women are mentioned, and when people don't know you, they go online to check you out. And because they do not see much, they just move on from that nomination. And it doesn't mean that that lady didn't have the competence. So even when we're talking about sponsorship, you should make it easy for your sponsor. So if I'm checking you out, if I'm recommending you, let there be substance and content that I'm seeing about you online. It's a digital world, it's a global village. You have to be intentional. And the boardroom is so interesting now because the way all this conversation is coming together, there are certain criteria and policies that guide it. So being a board member now is not even about you being very old. You know, before it used to be the veterans, only in the room. You will see some boardrooms now, the way they're saying, we need a Gen Z on the board. But of course, if they're picking a Gen Z, they want to know that this Gen Z is still someone that will act rational and is focused and is already on a pathway to deliver on certain things. So intentionality, that skill that you're taking for granted is what someone is looking for in their boardroom. So don't be, what's the big deal about this? I just do, we're very good at that. We ladies, very conservative about our skills and the competence. Boldly communicate. I mean, that's I'm a very shy person. Left to me, I will not be here, sitting here talking to you. I'm telling you, I had to be deliberate about building that confidence because I believe I have stuff to offer. So be intentional about that. Position yourself. You need to have your digital footprint. Second, so first is intentionality. The second is that to be in the boardroom, the skill required is no longer execution. It's more of strategy. So you have to be someone that knows how to step back and not be hands-on, but instead how to ask the right questions, to be able to query things, to get out information, and be able to then come up with strategic solutions. If you are still that person of, I call you, clean this table, and the moment that person is doing this, you're ready to grab the rag and start cleaning by yourself. You have not transitioned from executing to strategy. So that's one of the skills you need to be deliberate about working on. We all have that tendency of, I'm going to do it myself, if you're not ready to do it. So it's very intentional, important that you move from someone that is execution, operational based, to someone that is strategy and more of a thinker. And then the final one is that you step out of your roles. We all have our normal day-to-day business and everything, but it's important that you go outside of that. Explore speaking engagements. I'm considering coming for your program now. Do you understand? It's very important that you step out of that and be intentional about doing things that are not, because when you get to the boardroom, your diversity of thoughts and experience is very important. You should be able to say a little bit of one thing and the other. You need to also understand finance for non-finance managers. So those basic, let me see a balance sheet and be able to assess it and quickly know that this company is in problem already. You don't have to be an accountant, but you have to be deliberate about that. And I want to share one amazing story for you, because when I quoted statistics earlier about 70% of people getting board through nominations and all of that, I mean that 30%, because a couple of weeks ago,
Tell them.
because of my intentionality of positioning myself online on other skills that I have. So I'm a customer service trainer. I train people on customer service. And yes, I'm here in Wimbies. I did not neglect that. I still talk about it, do all sorts. And I was intentional about applying for a speaking role in South Africa when I saw a customer service forum ongoing. And when I applied, I also came up with so it's a bit of you moving from execution to, I just looked at the agenda and immediately analyzed it. Everything was on AI, customer service, AI. I said, hello, yes, AI is the in thing now, but when it comes to customer service, you still need that human touch. So whatever conversation you're having in your summit, and does not include how organizations are taking care of their customer service people, they cannot pour from an empty cup. By the time I wrote that, my phone just started buzzing. Okay, so even when they called, I thought it was still about the speaking role. So, okay, we saw this and they started saying, do you know what? You're the kind of person we've been looking for on our advisory board. And I'm like, oh, really? So, I don't know, would you be interested in coming on board? We have our program across Africa, Rwanda, Kenya, South Africa. We also want to come to Nigeria. So, would you be interested in joining our advisory board? For your flight, when you're coming, it's all expense paid, first class. We'll put you in the hotel. Okay, I had to phone, does it come with some allowance? Oh, yes, we'll send everything in a detailed letter. Just wanted to know if you're interested. I said, bring it on, I'll think about it. So be intentional about positioning yourself. So this the guys, they've not met me up till now, but because of my digital footprint, I got a board appointment.
Fantastic. So I need to go and edit my business card now as brother to the advisory. No. Fantastic. Please, everybody, could you please raise your left hand? Let's raise your left hand. Okay. So I will need to drop this, but you still. Raise your left hand. Okay, so can I have your right hand up? So if your rating of what you heard from this ladies is 20%. You think it's 20%? You think it's up to 20%? Let's You think it's up to? It's up to 20%. Okay, if you think it is 40, double it. If you think it is 60, triple it. If you think it is 80, make it more. If you think it is 100%. Fantastic. Thank you very much, ladies, for this. Thank you. And the phenomenal Joyce. Thank you very much.
Dr. Salami, thank you. Did you enjoy our moderator? He made it sweet, Abi. Please appreciate him. We'll step forward for a group photograph before we leave. And we'll welcome Lady Majid to join this one, our matriarch, Mama. Yes. In fact, she's ready to come up, John. No. Thank you for shedding light. I mean, the insights you brought to the conversation could not have been said better by anyone. We thank our panelists. Thank you so much for your years of experience, for your commitment, not only to the work that you do every day, but to empowering other women and helping them see clearer. Please, once again, put those 100% hands together for them. Thank you. There are many conversations that will continue after now. I'm sure a number of people in the room will want to see some of you in camera. So please know that the speakers are on this side. You might want to reach out to them for one thing or the other. You want to ask a question. Know that they are still here for you. Wow. Some of us are inspired, right? And challenged, encouraged to go and do more. Philanthropy put something on her Instagram page recently, a few days ago, talking about a number of women had been called to speak on panels, and many of them turned it down. The Tuesday before she put up that post, someone called me from a conference in Port Harcourt. It was organized by a major oil and gas company, and said, Joyce, there are two panels that have happened here today, 5 people per panel each, no woman on both panels. So myself and another woman stood up during the Q&A and said, we called attention to that. And one of the organizers from the floor stood up and said, I can show you the emails. We wrote to over 12 women. They all turned down one after the other. One, I think they said only 2 talked about schedule. The other ones just said they were not available. So I was reading through Rolake's the comments, not the comment section of Association of Nigeria. Comment section, and there the world they happen. One woman in the comments there wrote, she said, I usually do not accept because I'm trying to keep a private life. So I went to her page. She owns a big school. She has pictures of herself, her husband, her children on her page. She talks about, the page is not private, it's a public page. Once in a while, she'll mention a few things about what the school is doing. And my head is still shaking till now. Like, who wrote this? Cannot be her. It's a bot. B-O-T. It must have been a bot that wrote this. You want? Now, somebody else was, there were responses to how. In fact, some people were getting offended. But nobody's asking you about your private life. They're talking about business. They're talking about all these wonderful things on the panel. Where did the two mix? You know? We're done with those excuses that keep us smaller than we're supposed to be. The instruction is be fruitful, multiply, and replenish. End of story. That's the instruction. Now we're in a digital age. If we're not being fruitful to multiply and replenish through the channels that we have, we'll answer questions. So we hear things like, I'm not really big on not being out there. I think you've seen Omomi has gotten boardroom now by being out there.
And it's not just about what you get, even though it's give to gain. At an event recently, somebody said she was offended when she saw the give to gain. And why was she offended? She said, women have been giving, we're always giving. And then I asked her afterwards, I said, how many of us wait to receive? Women. Many of us don't. We give, and when it's time to receive, we say, no, it's just a little thing I did for you. Wow. That's why many of us can't negotiate. You give. They say, oh, madam, how much would it be to speak on our panel? Speak for your panel, okay? I'm doing it for free. You're supposed to gain. It's give to gain. Oh, what is your something? How much will it be? They didn't pay for this. You know, we were just serving the Lord. Wow. The Lord just sent you reward now. You say, please, give to gain is not only about giving. It's also about gaining, receiving, positioning. So I want us to make sure that our eyes are on this, so that we don't just focus on the giving part and forget that we are supposed to gain. So ask yourself this year, how are you going to gain from all your giving? Ask yourself. Okay, ask your neighbor. How are you going to gain from all your giving? And it might not be only financial, it could be by
and champions of progress. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. And it's been a groundbreaking month-long celebration of women. Our power, our resilience, our leadership. And I celebrate everyone here in the room. And I also want to extend gratitude to the Guardian Women. Thank you for consistently championing and putting platforms like this that showcase women. Help us to champion women's social, economic, political advancement across Nigeria. And like I said, I'm super excited to be in this room. And the session that just ended was super mind-blowing. I don't know about you, but I picked and learned a lot from that session. And I would just like to say thank you to everyone that was part of that. My name is Oluwafemi Williams, and I'm here representing Stanbic IBTC Bank. I work with the enterprise banking business, which we would call the SME business. And I'm just here to quickly, I promise you I have slides, but I'll just talk through them. I hope that's fine. All right. So I just want to highlight or spotlight a platform that we have. And it is very close to our hearts. It is a platform that has been designed to nurture dreams, accelerate progress, and to create long-term value for women. And what we call it Blue Blossom. And you know, over several decades, we've had women transition from traditional roles in informal sectors to actually making substantial contributions to various sectors of the economy. So before I go into the proposition, I'll just quickly speak to, yes, as we rise, as women, as we break boundaries, we also encounter challenges. And they are not limited to this, but maybe just touch on some of them. There are gaps in financial literacy. We also experience limited access to capital. And if I can say, unequal opportunities when it comes to business scaling, insufficient mentorship and networks, and of course, the daily hustle of constantly balancing work, life, and our ambition. So we are not just looking at these barriers as Stanbic IBTC. They are not just barriers. They are opportunities for us to meet women where they are and help them move to where they aspire to be. So Blue Blossoms, like we call it, is a platform that is designed to empower women through an holistic approach. It blends financial tools, it blends business enablement, capacity building, and women's support. So Blue Blossom offers to women easy access to finance. And one of the ways that this happens, I'm going to break it into 3 core pillars. But Blue Blossom is not just a banking product. It is a platform of empowerment. It is a catalyst for growth. It is the partner that you need to take you from where you are to where you aspire to be. So three key pillars that our Blue Blossom proposition addresses. Number 1 is access to tailored finance. We know that, of course, access to finance is a barrier when it comes to women who run business and own businesses. So with this proposition, I think we talk about the different areas where you can stand to benefit from the Blue Blossom proposition. First, how many of us run businesses? You have a business account, you run your business, and then you're charged what we call current account maintenance fees. But with Blue Blossom, it is 0 current account maintenance fees. You are able to do your business irrespective of whatever level of business you're doing, and you enjoy 0 current account maintenance fees. What does it do? It helps us to manage our costs, it reduces our cost of doing business, and it also helps to support expansion. We all know what's happening right now. Purchasing power has really reduced. We know what the fuel price is saying now. We know how much we're buying things with. So all of these benefits help to cushion that effect, such that as you do your daily transactions and businesses, you don't get to incur costs. Also, we have concessions that you get to enjoy from our loans. You're able to access loans at discounted rates, different concessions. You also enjoy, because we're an organization that is full package, like I would say, from different areas of the organization. We have our bank, we have our pension, we have our insurance, we have asset management, and all of that. As a Blue Blossom customer, you also enjoy discount on travel insurance. You get to enjoy concession on your home insurance. You get to enjoy concession on pricing for education trust. You're able to set up a trust for your children at discounted prices. You also enjoy comprehensive will service. I know a lot of us, we don't want to talk about will. We don't want to hear about it, but it is a reality. And the earlier we start to do what is right by putting things in place, the better for us. So with Blue Blossom, you get to enjoy discounts on will service. And then the second part of it is the non-financial benefits. Like we all know, money is not enough. You can put money in the hands of people, but if you're not able to manage it well, then it goes down the drain. So we also offer capacity building and business support, where we help women to be better versions of themselves. We offer mentoring mentoring, we offer training, we help women to understand the skills required to manage businesses. We also have invitations for women to different events. I know that we had on the panel, we had someone from WeBiz. We're able to support women to be part of master classes and so many tailored events that help them to be better entrepreneurs and business managers. And then the third one is a vibrant community. Like we all say, when you empower a woman, you're empowering a community, you're empowering a nation. So the community helps to grow together. We have a community called the Blue Blossom Microsite, and it's a destination for women in business. It's not just a digital platform. It is a community for shared ambitions, irrespective of where you are in your journey, your growth journey, your business journey. That platform, that site, that environment helps you to get valuable insights, helps you to get valuable resources. You're able to interact with like-minded women, and you're able to push your career and your businesses forward. We also have what we call a Bloom Weekend. Bloom Weekend is our annual event, and it is dedicated to women. What does this do? We know that we do a lot of work as women, but there, in that event, we have what we call fun activities. You're able to unwind. We have trade fair exhibitions where women come together, showcase their goods or whatever businesses they do, and they are able to put themselves out there. We also have fitness sessions. Some of us, like we sit, I hear that smoking is the new sitting, or sitting is the new smoking, right? So we don't get to move our bodies so much. But at this event, you can move your body, you're able to stretch and all of that. We also have empowerment series, what we call Ladies at the Round Table Empowerment Series, where we have amazing women, amazing and knowledgeable speakers come talk to us on different areas as it borders around finance, as it borders around accounting, as it borders around the skills that we need to run our businesses. And so, as an organization, through our engagement, through our proposition, Blue Blossom, we've seen women gain access to finance that they never thought was possible. We've seen businesses scale. We've witnessed women grow into new levels of confidence based on the right information they've been empowered with. We've seen communities thrive, and we welcome everyone in this room to be a part of this community. We invite you to join our community, be a part of the community. We are very, very interested in the growth of every single person here. As Stanbic IBTC, let us walk through this journey with you because we believe in your potential. Thank you so much for having us here, and I want to congratulate the team for putting this together. Thank you. I'm giving you 1 minute of your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving us back 1 minute. She was 1 minute ahead of time. Thank you. Partnerships make the world go round, and when we find people who have what it takes, what we need, then we partner with them to move forward. And we thank Stanbic IBTC for their partnership this year through Blue Blossom. Another partner who has ensured today's success is Recare Limited. And we have a representative of Recare to speak to us for a minute or two about who they are, what they do, and we'll be glad to say thank you for their partnership this year. Recare. Representative of Recare here. Okay. Please, when the person comes, let's know so we'll bring them back on stage. Recare? Oh, yes. All right. We know them by some of their brands, especially the one that's on that t-shirt. And say, oh, them, yes. Nature's Gentle Touch. Please welcome the representative of Recare.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Blessing Sunday Ethel. I'm a representative of Recare Limited, the proud owner of Nature's Gentle Touch. Nature's Gentle Touch is a brand that specializes in using natural ingredients to make, hair products, skin products that are good for Nigerian women, tailored for our weather and our hair texture. So it's a brand that's been in existence for over 20 years, and we're looking at making Nigerian women be proud of their natural hair, just like I'm wearing it now. Thank you. So we have different types of products that are tailored for solving hair and scalp issues. We have mono oil range, which works for natural hair care. We have T3 anti-dandruff range, which is good for scalp issues such as dandruff, hair breakage, and itchiness. And we also have products for herbal blend range, which is for those that have relaxed their hair, which is for chemically tampered hair. So our product is more like, come, don't worry, we have situations for you. And we also have our Hair Institute located at 22 Oduduwa Way, Ikeja GRA, where you come. We have an in-house trichologist that is trained that will help you check your hair and your scalp, know what is good for you, the right product to use for your hair so you do not damage your hair. And we'll be expecting some of you to visit us sometime. Thank you very much for your attention. You have a nice day.
Thank you. Rike, we are grateful to you for your partnership, for your sponsorship, and for the wonderful work that you've done. I use Gentle Touch Leave-In Conditioner on my locks, so I'm not only I'm an active user of the product, and it's been very good for me, and my healthy locks will be 10 years old in May. Happy birthday. And just as with anything else in life that is worth having, time, patience, consistency, whether it's for hair or for business or for care. The next set of speakers have put in so much time, consistency, and energy into philanthropy. And at Guardian Women Festival, every year we ensure we spotlight what companies and individuals are doing in the space of philanthropy, either directly or for corporate social responsibility sake, CSR. We always make sure it is a big part of the conversation. And I'm ready to welcome our next speaker. I don't see her, but I'm hoping she's standing in here somewhere and can hear me because she has been sitting right here in front. She represents Global Survivors Fund. Global Survivors Fund. And she works with Global Survivors Fund as philanthropy manager. Now, who is Global Survivors Fund, and what is one of the things they do? Let's switch that just a moment. Let's switch that and come back home to Federal Palace. Federal Palace is not only a hotel, like many of us know and can see. It's a landmark in Nigeria's history. The independence signing 65 years ago was done just behind this wall. Yes. Behind this wall, in this building, behind this wall. So it holds a lot of history in Nigeria. Of course, there is also the hotel. There are also, for example, this month, there's been amazing 50% discounts and more for women events, because conversations will happen that will steer the country to the next level. This room is called The View. And like Anita Ebube would say, she's our 002 at Guardian, of course, Mama being 001. She says, it's not just because of the view it gives, but we want to allow people to share their views.
and discuss their views. That was one of the reasons we came in here. So we'd like to hear from Federal Palace before I bring up our next speaker from Global Survivors Fund. Federal Palace will say a word. We are grateful to them for hosting us. Are you happy that you're here? Yes. 3 years in a row, and the chief of staff, welcome you with a round of applause. We love your view.
And all protocols observed. Okay, I just wanted to start off by saying this. There are very few places where history truly lives and breathes, and I have the privilege of representing one of them today. It is a pleasure to be here at the Guardian Women Festival Expo, surrounded by so many inspiring individuals who are shaping the future of business, lifestyle, and leadership across our continent. My name is Yemisi Fajimolu, and I serve as the Chief of Staff at the Federal Palace Hotel, a space where history, hospitality, and human connection meet. And for me, this is a role much more than a title. It is an opportunity to be part of an industry built on people, on experience, and on the thoughtful details that leave lasting impressions. At Federal Palace Hotel, we believe hospitality goes beyond service. It's about intention. It's about how a space makes you feel, how seamlessly your needs are met, and how every moment is thoughtfully curated. Our hotel offers a refined blend of comfort and sophistication, from our elegantly designed rooms and suites to our dining experiences, wellness offerings, and bespoke event services. Whether you're hosting intimate gatherings or large-scale experiences, we pride ourselves on delivering excellence with consistency. But beyond our offerings, we carry a legacy that is deeply woven into the fabric of Nigeria's history. As Mojisola just mentioned, Federal Palace is not just a destination, it's a landmark. It is here that the Declaration of Independence was signed, making our space a silent witness to one of the most defining moments in our nation's history. That legacy is not something we simply inherit. It is something we honor every single day through the standards we uphold and the experiences we create. And within that legacy lies something deeply important to me, our impact on women. And that, to a certain extent, is why Anita Ebube had put this festival together, that opposed to just celebrating women on International Women's Day, which is one day out of 365 days of the year, she decided, let's do it for a whole month. Let's celebrate ourselves for a whole month. And then we opened up Federal Palace, basically. And we wanted to showcase Federal Palace, to see the beauty that is Federal Palace. Federal Palace holds the legacy, holds the history. But I think a lot of people would continuously say, at least people my age and older, would turn around and say, oh, I remember when I used to come here as a child. I remember when I would go swimming. I remember the club sandwiches. I remember the Chapman. There were memories of old, so now we're creating new memories, and we're opening up our doors, and it was for a whole month. Today is the 27th of March, so we still have time, all the way up until the 31st of March, where we are offering the different venues. If you look right outside, there's the beautiful garden. We're in the view, we have the annex, we have the terrace, we have the restaurant in itself, we have the lobby, so it is open to you, and we are offering amazing discounts to all the beautiful ladies in here and of course all over Lagos, all over Nigeria. And do not forget that whatever you want to do is 20% off, 20% off the rooms, and then 10% off dining, basically. So we're here to serve you in our best possible way. Now, as a woman in hospitality, I am proud to be part of an institution that continues to create opportunities for women to lead, to grow, and to thrive. We are intentional about building an environment. We're intentional about building an environment where women are not only included, but empowered to shape the future of this industry. Because when women rise, industries evolve, and hospitality becomes not just a service, but a force for meaningful impact. Today, at the Guardian Women Festival Expo, we are not just showcasing our hotel, we are representing a vision rooted in heritage, driven by excellence, and inspired by the future. I thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to the connections and opportunities that today will bring. But before I leave you to the rest of the day, I'd like to let you know that we do have some really amazing prizes on offer. We have a raffle draw, okay? So I'm just going to share with you the kind of prizes that we have right now. We have a weekend getaway for two in this beautiful location that is Federal Palace. Okay. We have a weekday stay for one, so maybe you might be meeting up with somebody, or you just want to get away. You just want to get away from life, and you're just going to come spend that day here with us. We have a Federal Palace F&B voucher that's worth 100,000 naira to be spent on food and drinks to your heart's delight. Complimentary breakfast for two. We have the Federal Palace F&B voucher for 50,000 naira to spend on drinks. Don't go too crazy. And then we have complimentary brunch royale voucher for one. That usually happens every Sunday. And can I just say, the choices that you have with the buffet on Sunday, they're endless. So I try to limit myself, but honestly, it is very much a treat. Then coming soon, we have the Peaceful Escape, and this is a package by Oriki. This is worth 150,000 naira. There are two slots for this. And then if you've noticed as you were driving in, right as you drive in, on your right, we have a new skating rink. Skating is not just for children. They have adult skating. And if you are a little bit scared, a little bit nervous, you can help yourself to a drink, that sort of thing, just to give you a little bit of gumption, just to keep going for it. So they have an all-day skating session with a 20-minute training session and complimentary skates by Crisscross. And we have 5 prizes of those available. We have product giveaways worth 50,000 naira by the House of Tara International. And those are 2 prizes available for that. And finally, we have a 75 cl bottle of Piper Heat 6 Brut. And there are 2 prizes available for that. Okay? So please, there will be people walking around, just ask and say, can I see any of the ushers with the Guardian Women Festival t-shirt on? Just ask for the raffle tickets, and they're very affordable. So please, do help yourself. And all donations, all monies that are contributed are going towards 7 different charities. All right?
If you want to run away with me, I know a galaxy and I can take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life.
To our host, Federal Palace Hotel, we say thank you. The raffle tickets are 10,000 naira only. I remember last year, where's your sister? She bought one of the tickets, gone to pray, and she won the full year swimming access. Meanwhile, she had just come out of swimming school. She had just learned how to swim, and so she had 1 year free to use the pool right here. Many others won all sorts of prizes at 10,000 a piece. I mean, it's worth trying. You want to come here, spend a weekend, buy a ticket of 10,000. Just might be you that wins. Buy 2 tickets, buy 3, buy 4, buy 5 to increase your chances. Unfortunately, because I'm master of ceremonies, I'm not allowed to buy tickets because it might be seen as mago. But it's not mago. If I buy a ticket, make I buy? I won't buy a ticket. But I'm not allowed. So please buy the tickets and win on my behalf. So when you win the weekend, I'll come and be your partner and enjoy the brunch or the lunch with you. Thank you so much to Federal Palace Hotel. Now, from Global Survivors Fund, philanthropists living, breathing, and with us to speak about a bit about what they do and what we are happy to showcase to the rest of the world. Please welcome Katie Tipple as she makes her way to stage.
Thank you ever so much. And I'm here with my colleague, Usa, as well, from the Global Survivors Fund. We're going to take a seat, actually. Can everyone hear us okay? Yeah? Well, firstly, my heartfelt gratitude to Anita Ebube and the team for having us. And we are going to be talking about something that's sensitive and might be hard to hear. And it's so important because so many women are affected. We are here on behalf of global survivors. We support survivors of conflict-related sexual violence to rebuild their lives. And I'm actually going to hand straight to my colleague, Usa, who's absolutely fantastic. She works directly with partners, with survivors here in Nigeria. And so we're very lucky to have Usa here to share.
Is June Angeles, and I'm the granddaughter of some of you may know Margaret Murray as Ben Murray Bruce's mother, but to myself and so many others, she was simply Mama. Mama was one of a kind. She was generous, she was compassionate, and more importantly, she was mother to 11 incredible children. How do we make sure that everyone knows Mama?
I'm grateful today that I heard a lot about the women in this room, how we can change, how women can help giving, and how you can gain when women give. But I want to talk through the lens, and I love that we're in this room, the view. So I want to talk through the lens of the women who could not be here today and not opportunity seated here. So I'm talking about conflict-related sexual violence, and that is the key focus of our work at the Global Survivors Fund. How survivors are stigmatized, isolated. Specifically, we work in the Northeast Nigeria with conflict-related sexual violence survivors of Boko Haram. And we've seen how women are stigmatized, how the trauma they face, when they escalate. Next slide, please. Sorry. I'm looking at our time and I'm quickly trying to. All right. So talking about gift today, I'm talking about how I've seen these women rebuild their lives. Like I said, I'm talking through the lens of it's not just a story on the cover page. It's not just another news that we hear. It's people that have seen live these experiences. These survivors rebuild their lives. We work with them and also for them. And we have 3 key areas that we work with at the Global Survivors Fund. And these are the pillars, and I would like to talk about it briefly.
So the reason this came about is because Dr. Dennis Mukwege and Nadia Murad, when they gained their Nobel Peace Prize in 2018, they heard a very real call from survivors. We need support. No one is listening to us. Governments not taking responsibility. Perpetrators not taking responsibility. Can someone listen to our voices? Please. Survivors have voices, just people aren't listening. They weren't the right platforms. So they came together to provide and create Global Survivors Fund. What this means is 3 key areas. The first key area is working with survivors for survivors. And that means asking, what does repair mean to you? What is meaningful for you? Is that physical health care? Is that mental health care? Financial compensation? Livelihood support to develop a business? And so many women do go on to develop powerful businesses. And so interestingly, here in Nigeria, it's been so successful, education as a form of reparation for women, but also for their children. And so that is a crucial part of the work, co-created with survivors. And then we also advise governments, so long-term and sustainable. So we are working with governments around the world to ensure that they set up reparation systems so that survivors have the long-term support they need. And then international awareness, leveraging leveraging survivor voices, making sure that this issue is heard and people are getting the support they need and deserve. And USA has been working with some incredible women here in Nigeria. And actually, USA, I'd really love to hear a story from one of the women you've worked with.
Thank you, Katie. So, Katie mentioned that we work with survivors and their children. And in Nigeria, I'm going to briefly talk about our work. We're working basically on the interim reparative measures project. What survivors say after they come out, what repair means to them. What is it that if you have right now, you will see as a form of repair, as a form of justice? That is the first part of the project and the work we do here in Nigeria. The second part is education as a form of reparation, both for the survivors themselves and for the children. And then the other aspect is there is a group of women I said that are not able to be here. We're talking about how we be at the boardroom, how we take leadership and so many other things. And then we work with a group of women that is a survivor network. These are survivors who have suffered conflict-related sexual violence, and with time, how much their resilience is, they begin to build, and there's this network that global survivors want to support of women who are survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. And then there is a part we talk about advocacy, how we work and what we do with government. So I'm going to sum whatever I'm saying with a story of Jennifer and Joy. They are just two women that I have identified as my work. First, I want to start with Joy. After all the incidents that happened with Joy, she was abducted, married to Kwara, with two her daughters. So she was there, she was seeing what was also happening to her daughters. It was not just her. Imagine the pain of your mother. It's not just you that this is happening to, but also to your daughters. They escaped after some time, came back to the community, coming back with all the fear, with all the trauma, with all the anxiety and all the emotions and the trauma that these incidents have happened. They came back to a community that's further stigmatized them. They came back to a community that tells them these are Boko Haram guys. They came back to a community that points fingers at them and their children. So it's double the trauma. But these are resilient women. How do I know? Because I'm not telling you a story. I'm not just telling you something that I read. I'm telling you something I've seen from the women I've worked with. They're resilient. They try to struggle, they try to strive, they try to build changes and build their lives. Before this project came, they've been doing that. But then we did the interim reparative measures project and begin to ask these women. We begin to ask Joy, what does reparation mean to you? She said, I had a business before. I don't have the opportunity to do it now. But if that goes out, I'll be able to continue to help my children, take them away from public schools, give them a better future. And she continued the rise process in business she was doing. And we visited Joy last year with Katie and some of our people. And we saw that she had 5 beautiful daughters, including the 2 she was abducted with. One of the daughters is also part of the project we're doing. She's enrolled in a school of nursing in her state, and she's graduating this year. And it's part of the education as a form of preparation we do for the survivors. We pay their tuition, pay anything that is associated with their schooling, to be able to keep them in school and to be able to not to take away their attention from school. So everything is more like a scholarship scheme that is done. And for Joy, she was able to not just support the remaining daughters she had through this business. Recently, I just heard that she got a call to go back to school herself. She was saying, it's time to build my life. If Joy was not given that opportunity through the interim reparative measures project or through the reparations, I'm telling you, the last 2 years, going back to school was not part of Joy's agenda. She just needed food for herself. She just needed a community that didn't point fingers at her. She just needed to stop having the nightmares and the trauma. And that is what interim reparative measures project has done to Joy. And then simply to Jennifer, she was abducted as a teenager, a 15-year-old girl. And after staying in captivity, and she was married to one of the Boko Haram soldiers, she came back with all the trauma and still to a community, like I said, to Joy that stigmatized her. To sum up what Jennifer is, at first she gave up on going back to school. Then through this project, through a year or 2 of counseling, of taking time to sit down with workers, Joy understood that it is actually possible. She was just helping her grandmother in the farm. And at the point she came up to one of the case workers, one of the ladies that worked with her, we call them case workers, and she told her that, you know what, I think people tell me I'm too old to go back to school, but I don't care right now. If this project offers me the opportunity to go back, I want to do it. So Joy had to be taken to a 9 months, like a tutorial to refresh her memory. She had struggles, I'm telling you, she cannot just pick up and not just talk about the substance. She had struggles. Her teacher called us and said, we're not sure Joy is able to cope. But what did we do? We stressed, we talked with the teacher and we tailored learning, a trauma-informed learning that was supposed to go for you to do that. And now I'm telling you that Joy has passed her WAEC exam. She got admission into chemistry in a federal university in her state. And in part of her resilience, I'm just going to mention one thing. It takes her 1 hour every day to leave her house to go to the tutorial center. That was the nearest tutorial center we could find. And she did that for 9 months. 1 hour, one way. So that means 2 hours for her to go and to come back. Of course, we're able to pay for her fees and all this, but we're not the ones that will take her. We're not the ones that will take that 1 hour on the road, that hour she sits in the class. It's part of the resilience. So when you leave to survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, when you give to women and to this community, you stand to gain. At the end of this project, there is a collective declaration. The women now were thinking about giving back to the community. They said, this community that stigmatized us. When we came earlier, we were struggling to get water, the community is struggling to get water. Why not the collective project be about boreholes and water points to this community? They gave back to the community. The community told us that the businesses these women have, whether people believe it or not, is indirectly supporting the community, giving back to the community. How? Because people don't have to travel far to go to that provision store. People don't have to travel far to make their hair. People don't have to go far. It saves you transport, it saves you other things. So these are ways that these resilient survivors are giving back to their community.
Wow. Thank you. I know time is up, and unfortunately you haven't seen us on slideshow. What I really invite is anyone here that has any questions, any comments, would like a chat, we're here, and we really, really welcome a chat. So please come and talk to us, and thank you so much for your attention. We really appreciate it. And here's who's speaking up for Silent Survivors globally. Yes.
Wow. There's a lot going on, right? And some people have dedicated their lives to solving the problems that you and I might never even think about because it's not in our sphere of recognition. Please let's appreciate Global Survivors Fund once again for the work being done. And if there is any way that we can support them, one of the ways is to buy the raffle tickets. Because some of the proceeds will go to Global Survivors Fund. Yes, you get to win something, hopefully. But if you don't, your money is still going to a good cause. Of course, beyond the raffle tickets. Speak with them. You might want this to be one of the list of things or one of the list of philanthropies that some amount of money goes to. It could be 0.5% of your monthly income. It could be 1%, but you say, you know what? I want to send it toward this charity. Thank you so much. We have a video ready, and this spotlights another
Hello, my name is June Angelides, and I'm the granddaughter of Margaret Murray. Hello, my name is June Angelides, and I'm the granddaughter of Margaret Murray Bruce. Some of you may know Margaret Murray Bruce as Ben Murray Bruce's mother, but hello, my name is June Angelides, and I'm the granddaughter of Margaret Murray Bruce. Some of you may know Margaret Murray Bruce as Ben Murray Bruce's mother, but to myself and so many others, she was simply Mama. Mama was one of a kind. She was generous. She was compassionate. And more importantly, she was mother to 11 incredible children. When Mama passed away 4 years ago, we kept thinking about what would legacy look like? How do we make sure that everyone knows Mama's name? So we wrote a book. The entire family came together to write the Murray Bruce Matriarch. And off the back of the book, we kept thinking, well, maybe there's something more that we can do as a family to pull together people to help in some way. And then we thought about Mama's Breakfast Club. You see, Mama would always have acts of kindness around food. She would carry containers of food from Lagos to London to America. Mama was always thinking of others, would always buy provisions for her sick friends, and that's how many people remember her. Mama's Breakfast Club aims to do the same for children across Nigeria, making sure they can start their day with a healthy breakfast. So thank you to Guardian Women Festival for having us here today as a charity partner. It means so much to me and to the entire family. And if you're thinking, how can you help? Well, I'm here to tell you. The Breakfast Club aims to connect primary schools with organizations who would like to help ensure that the children begin their day with a healthy meal. And it's very simple. We would love for you to adopt a school. We have verified them so that you don't have to worry about where the provisions are going. And we've made it very simple for you to be able to choose. If you go onto our website, you will see the 10 schools that have been verified by our teams. And then you let us know in what capacity you would like to help us. It's all very straightforward. And if you have any questions, please email us at contact@mamasbreakfastclub.com. This is so important. When I heard some of the stories from the principals at the school, of just hearing how so many children are not able to start the day with breakfast, it broke my heart. And I'm sure there is something that we can all do as a community to ensure that this doesn't happen. We made our first donation thanks to a very generous anonymous donor. We're so grateful. Please let us know if you have bags of rice that you no longer need. There's a child out there that could do with that rice. And if you'd love to hear more about Mama's story, you can find her book in many reputable retailers. Thank you so much for all your support. It does mean the world to us. I believe that with your help, that we can impact the lives of so many children across Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Never really thought about the implication of feeding and education. It was like, okay, don't be hungry to go to school. Until 2 weeks ago, I was at the Nigeria Economic Summit Group event on human capital development. And I was listening to professionals talk about how undernourished children are stunted in development. And somebody said, have you ever wondered why you might have a casual staff, gardener, something, and you try to teach the person all sorts, and you wonder why this person no fit. It's very likely because when they were children, they were undernourished. So something has been stunted for life. They can't grow beyond a certain amount of understanding because some part of the brain that was supposed to be developed by nourishment was not. So even when they're adults, teach them, cut the head, put the book inside. It's tough to retain because growth didn't happen when it was supposed to. So having breakfast for children is beyond just feeding. It's about what they translate to in the workforce many years later. It's deep. So this is why Guardian Women Festival 2026 has partnered with Mama's Breakfast Club. This is one of the charities that will benefit from the raffle tickets that will be sold and from some of the sponsorship and partnership that we have received. We'll take a short break now, just to be refreshed, so that our brains will work well. There's some refreshment. Dr. Alonge is already here. As soon as we return from the refreshment, we have our final session for the day. So there's some refreshment over over there, something to drink, something to nibble on. We'll just take 10 minutes. Can we take only 10 minutes? Is that fine? And then you can bring it back to your seat. You can take it there. And when we're refreshed, we'll start the final conversation for the day. This is still Reciprocity. We're shedding light on choice and flexibility as women. And this is the Guardian Women Festival 2026. Please enjoy the short break. Thank you so much. Thank you. The music can play now for 10 minutes, and the timer can go off for 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you all.
I'm one of the greatest, ain't no debating on me. I'm still levitating, I'm heavily medicated. Ironic, I gave him love and they end up hating on me. She told me she loved me and she been fight for your love. And I'm running in on my patience. Needing someone to hug you, but took it back to the place. You see what you got me out here doing? Might have threw me off, but can't nobody stop the movement. Let's go, left foot, right foot, levitate. Pop star, do a leap with the man. I had to lace my shoes for all the blessings I was chasing. If I ever slip, I'm falling into a better situation. So catch up, go put some cheese on it, get out and get your bread up. They always leaving you, Pop, but you run together. Weight of the world on my shoulders, I kept my head up. Now baby, stand up, cause girl, you want me, I want you, baby. I'm sugar blue, I'm levitating, the Milky Way, we're renegading. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night, come on, dance with me. I'm levitating you.
On my mind, do you think I'm helpless? My algebra gon' equal you every time. Do you think I'm calling? Do you think I'm calling out your name every night? Girl, See ya.
All right, that is the time for the break. As we get ready to bring up the final panel, I would crave the indulgence of all who are still here. Please come, let's fill up the seats here. Some people have stepped out not to return, so please, there's a free seat in front of you, or primarily in front of the stage. Please do well to occupy. If you're on the side, please come toward here, the front. If you're on this side as well, there are more seats here so you can face the panelists. Please, we'll ask for a moment for people to move their seats. Yes, feel free to sit there. There's space for you. Front seats available. Come over. Front seats available. Don't run away from the front. We're advocating for women to be at the top. There's a front seat. Take it. All right. We'll ask as many as are not seated here to please move this way. Please come this way. Please come this way. Please come this way. Thank you. Please come in. Come on in. We're about to bring up the final panel for the day. It's been enriching conversations, directional conversations, and this one is going to crown it all, and we're going the direction of social impact. To those at the registration desk, please, I would ask, at the registration desk, confirm that you can hear me. Registration desk, please confirm you can hear me. Yes, so we'll ask you to please help us control the sound there. There's a lot of conversation from that end. Thank you. And if there are still people sitting around there, help us do some people movement. Tell them to come closer. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. To those who are standing around, we're about to get into the final conversation for today. And this is Beyond Charity, Women, Reciprocity, and the Future of Social Impact. I'd like to welcome our moderator for this session first, Dr. Michelle Matthew, as she comes forward to take her seat. Please receive her with an applause. Over 25 years, she has served in the financial services, business development, from her days at Transcorp, UBA, Citibank, around the world, changing lives through her work. And today she brings to bear her expertise in the conversation. We're so grateful to have you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Join me as I welcome to join this conversation Dr. Elizabeth Alonge. She makes her way to stage. Public health expert, business strategy author, PR practitioner, and so much more. She's a chief executive and founder of the Child Health Advocacy Initiative, and many more. Today she sits with that cap or that hat, and we say thank you so much, ma'am, for honoring us with your presence. And finally, please welcome Paula Campbell. Where's Paula? Paula Campbell is charity coordinator at Small World. Originally from Canada, but married to a German, lived in Germany over 16 years, moved to Lagos over 9 years, and she has immersed herself in the charitable work that she does here in Nigeria. Whilst we wait for her to join the conversation, I'll hand over to you, Madam Moderator. Thank you so much. The timer is on the screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think so we can enjoy the room. Can I plead with the persons who are here to please just join us right in front? Please don't go to the back. Just come right to the front. Ma'am, thank you. Can we have the gentleman come through? Yeah, I think, and if you're at the back and there's any empty row, can we just, for the sake of our recording, there are bags on them? Oh, interesting. Apologies. Okay, I think they're emptying out. Please sit. Please sit. Thank you. Ma'am, can you please do us the honor of coming this way? Thank you. Oh, nice. It's filling up nicely. Thank you. Please just give us, let's housekeep this carefully. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, please come. There's space. All right. While we're waiting for one of our speakers today. I just want to make a few remarks and thank you for it. You know, when you have an event and you have a full house, it's a blessing to see everyone today come here to say, let's celebrate with the Guardian Women's Festival. And we've had a month long where we're finishing next week of events. We had the Queen's Gambit. I don't know how many persons were here for the Queen's Gambit with Tunde Onokoya. It was such a beautiful evening. We started out saying we were going to train 30 ladies on the use or the play in chess. As much as, you know, there was something that came out from chess playing when they spoke to us behind the scenes. Apparently, chess helps you with pattern recognition, meaning you learn to strategize. So if you're a woman that is planning to move forward in business, you're planning to do a few more things, please, there's free chess that we have been able to get Tunde to do one round, and we're looking at coming back with another round later in the year. Join us. It was a beautiful evening. He does some work. How many of you know Tunde Onokoya? So that I'm just sure whether, yeah, I think he's garnered a reputation as being someone that has used the game of chess to change the narrative in our slums and our indigent community. Honestly, it was a beautiful night to see him at his element. We enjoyed that night, and interestingly, he plays the piano very well. And then we had a violinist in the house. So when we finished the chess, had the canapes, we headed down to sing different songs, and that night was just beautiful. So I want to say a very, very big thank you to the organizers, being, of course, the Guardian Women. Please, a round of applause to them for an excellent hosting. It's been month-long. On the, just if you look, just look across. You'll see the grounds. We had a wellness day here where we had, on one of the pitch, we had the yoga. On this space here, we just had trampolines, the small trampolines with about 40 or so, 40, 50 ladies bouncing to being taught how to do it. Then we had another group generally just doing wellness on that day. And it's all for the woman to say, the International Women's Day, we recognize you, we see you in all of your beauty and the different ways we come out as women. Remember, as you chase the things you're chasing, self-care is very important. Please do not forget. Self-care is indeed important. So it's become very, very, very important today to consider your health. One of the things we also did right in this venue was a breast awareness, the cancer awareness conversation. We have a lot of people who have fallen by the wayside when a little information could have corrected the problem. In all of it, I'm just glad that I had an opportunity to have been here today, and then in that same manner to be moderating the next event, which speaks to charity, which speaks to advocacy. And I have an advocacy story that I entered into by mistake. A problem happened in front of my office about a decade ago, 2016, because my son was still around. That's how I date my space. And what it was called, I think we tagged it the Ikoyi sexual attack. There were girls that closed from school and were going home. And if you know Lagos well, when you close for school in Lagos, the girls will actually wear double Spanx. They would ensure that they wore a t-shirt on their shirt because you could be harassed. It's torn from you. And I had never heard it before. And surprisingly, I came out of my office, and across the road, I saw a young lady, and she had 4 guys, and one had given her, he punched her, and then hit her on the head. She fell. The boys surrounded her, and they were trying to cut her skirt with a scissors. And interestingly, all I saw my security people do was they began to record. So I shouted and I'm like, are you guys all right? You can see that problem, and it's to record that's the issue. So I crossed. Then I remembered I had my son. So immediately I said, okay, enter the car with the driver. You sit, let me be sure he's okay. Then I crossed. And when I got there, I realized another girl was being harassed. And another one was running down the road. So the boys, about maybe 40 of them, were chasing another 30, 40 girls in our clothes. And I heard that they had been doing it for like an hour. So I thought, what madness is this? Will you leave her alone? So I held on to the girl. They had pulled off her blouse. And she huddled, and I'm like, are you okay? She said, yes, they followed her from the second school. It was a school on Awolowo Road in Ikoyi. And the other school, the boys had been let loose, and they were chasing these girls. And one of them said, someone was raped a few days ago along that way. That once school closes, I know I won't see you again. You won't see me again. So madness starts. And that's how, when they heard that I had come out, 2, 3 other people joined me. The guy just told me, Madam, someone was raped near my office. I'm done. I'm following you. Rolled up his tie, put it in his pocket, and we started a walk. That's how we got 40 to 60 girls across to Obalende under bridge. As we were moving these girls, true life, the guys didn't leave. They just stepped back a bit, and they said they will come back to those girls. And a number of them, I asked one of the girls, she said, I'd been raped twice in the course of my being in this school. So I said, did you tell your parents or the teacher? She said, my mother would just ask me to stop going to school. And I want an education. Suffice to say, which is not the main thing today, we took that matter to court. We're in court for 3.5 years. We won. From it, I think the 13 foundations got set up that train girls on physical, how to protect yourself. And then Lagos State now has a policy, especially after exams, that you will see the rapid response in schools. That was a fallout of that thing that happened to us about a decade ago. So it is my honor today to be sitting here and speaking to parties who have been in that space. But I will quickly invite just one more person to the podium, and then we can continue. Oh, okay. Just give me 1 minute. Let me housekeep something. Okay, so I'm still waiting for our last guest to come. But suffice to say, so why have I told you this story today? It's that we can all make a difference. Oh, Paul is here. Hi, Paula. So please, can everybody just say hi, Paula? So just let's have her smile up to the stage. Just keep clapping. Keep clapping. And you look lovely, by the way. Gosh. Mm-hmm. Okay, can I plead with you to just sit this way so I hold house on 2 sides? Thank you. So we have Paula Campbell, and she's speaking to us today as part of the conversations that have to do with charity, with advocacy, and you will see and hear the work that they've done in that space. I am honored to be the person moderating, but suffice to say that story that I've told you, I'll continue to another day. But if you really want to know about it, I think I have it on my IG page. When we won, we got an apology letter, and we got him to go to the school and stand in front of the assembly and say sorry, so that people know you will not get away with it. That's my point. Thank you very much. Thank you. So without taking too much time, I would start with you, ma'am. Can you, sorry, can I? Just a second one. Let me also pass it to her, please. You want to check the mics first? Thank you. Are you okay?
Is it working? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello.
Okay, so we can hear ourselves. As I said, I'm just going to be asking them from their wealth of experience, what has brought them, so I'll start with you. What brought you into this space? because it's as much as charity and advocacy is spoken about, it's not common that you just find that someone has dedicated their time, their life, and this is the road they're going. And then today, we're here sitting with you, honored to hear you. But what brought you into this journey? Do you want to share that a bit with us today? Thank you. Please just again reintroduce yourself for them, for the people coming. We now have a full house. And then what you do and the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good. I think you can hear me. My name is Ololade Alunge. I'm the founder of Child Health Advocacy Initiative. That's an NGO in Nigeria. We've been in existence for about 20 years. I will start by thanking The Guardian for putting this together. I want to say the future is female, yes or no? Great, thank you so much. And thank you for staying to the end of this program. Yes, starting with what brought me to this space of charity. I'm a woman and a mother, passionate about the girl child, passionate about women. I just found myself most of the time, women multitask. Women have so many responsibilities. Women are not given visibility. We hear the place of the woman is in the kitchen. Women go through a lot of challenges in life. So why won't I dedicate my time to working for women and children? So that was what prompted me to go into setting up an NGO like Child Health Advocacy Initiative. And what do we do? Just with the background I've given you, we focus on maternal and child health, looking more at nutrition. I know a lot of us here are women, and especially when it comes to breastfeeding. Many women, well, they get the antenatal classes, but they don't get enough knowledge. So that's what my NGO does. We kind of support women with breastfeeding and complementary feeding after 6 months so the baby can feed well. We do that by training a lot of mothers. We have what we call the peer mother supporters, apart from our breastfeeding consultants and lactation consultants. So if you're interested, or you know anyone struggling with breastfeeding, Child Advocacy Initiative is the best place to go. We have trained so many people in many communities, and they are like peer mother supporters who go out there in the community to support women, even through phone, through the internet or whatever. And through all the work I've done so many years, like I said, over 20 years working with government, UN and all that, I also won the UN Scaling Up Nutrition Champion for Nigeria. And that has given me the platform to make sure we improve nutrition in Nigeria, especially infants and young child feeding. So talking about breastfeeding, we had like 5 years back, about 17% of mothers were breastfeeding with water or not the right way. But now we have up to 50% doing it the right way, which is without water and doing exclusive breastfeeding, and the baby is able to get all the benefits they are supposed to get. Apart from that, we also focus on the girl child. I'm very passionate about the girl child. You can see I'm still talking about women, the woman and the girl. We do training for out-of-school girls, and we also do it for vulnerable girls who can't afford to go to the university. So we promote STEM training. We just had an hackathon a few days ago where these girls went through 4 months training, and they were able to develop apps to solve everyday problems, like detecting fake drugs, logistics app, health apps for blood donation, various things. So if you know any young girl out there who cannot go to the university and they would want to acquire skills, we can do it for them free for just 4 months. They acquire the skill and they're out there. The hackathon was a big thing, and we're so happy to see these girls actually getting jobs and starting their business and running their businesses. And apart from that, we also support with vocational skills, and then also women in politics as well. We make sure they get the voice to join the political parties they want to join, get all the support they need. For example, there's this reserved seat for women, which we have been campaigning with the federal government and with some other NGOs, where the State House of Assembly and the Federal House of Assembly, they have the representation of women there is like less than 5%. Now we're asking for 35% representation. So my NGO pushes that as well. we have cultural barriers, we have funding barriers why women are not there. We must be given that role to play, to lead, and to be part of politics. So these and many others have prompted me to actually set up Child Advocacy Initiative. Thank you.
Whoa, please put your hands together. I've heard many things in quick succession, and I'm asking myself, where do I start to ask her more questions? Is it on the breastfeeding side? Is it on, I want to join my state government so that they can put me in the local government? Is it that I now want to be helped with breastfeeding? I didn't even know, you know, it's when you mentioned it that women are helped with breastfeeding that I remember that. To be frank, yes, I had nothing wrong with the UK if you're from the UK and you're here, but I had the privilege or opportunity of having my child, one in the UK, and then when I was doing a course in Dublin, I had a second one there. And the one I had in Dublin, they will come round to your house to help you ensure you could breastfeed. I didn't know it could be a problem, and apparently it can be a problem where the child either doesn't settle well. So as you said it, I'm thinking, whoa, it's here in Nigeria. And do people know this is here? How do we get this? We're in this forum today. If I'm looking for it for my niece who's just starting to have children, how do I get to you? Do you want to tell us a bit about that?
That's why I started by thanking The Guardian for putting this together. This is a platform to continue to share the information. And we do a lot of media campaign. We normally commemorate the World Breastfeeding Week in August. But of course, Child Advocacy Initiative has a website. I can share my contacts, my PA here, and all that. And we've been doing a lot over the years. And mothers can get the support they need. Like I said, mothers are trained. We have the lactation consultants, but mothers are also trained so that they can support other mothers in their community. And that's what we call the peer mother supporters, who are like some of those who come around to the homes in the UK and all that to support breastfeeding mothers. A lot of mothers just find it difficult at the time, and they can't keep going back to the hospital. They just introduce formula, which is not the best. I was happy when you were talking to someone about nutrition and all that the brain of the child is developed before the age of 5.
Correct.
And if they miss it out at that time, they miss it forever. So this is a breastfeeding exclusively, because that's the issue now.
Wow.
Many people still breastfeed, but not doing it the right way. So the child does not get the benefit. For example, adding water. The stomach of the baby is so small. By the time you add water, the baby is not getting all the necessary nutrients. Or you start doing mixed feeding. That's before 6 months. The baby does not get all the benefits. So it's supposed to be exclusive. And that's why we also have a campaign we are running, and also working with government to make sure mothers are given extended maternity leave so that they can stay home and breastfeed their baby properly.
This is beautiful. So while just so let me switch now. I have some questions for you. I have on nutrition. So remind me, please, that when she spoke about nutrition, a pet hobby or a hobby of mine is speaking on nutrition. The reason I do is I think I've seen longevity in my family, but I've also seen it through nutrition. So whatever, and the local foods can give you all you need. Moringa, for instance. So I would want to pick your brain on that. But let me ask Paula today. Paula, tell us about what you do in the space of what the charity does in advocacy, the girl child, and with women. How do you do yours? What is it the same? Is it different? Do you want to talk to us about it a bit, please?
Sure, thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. Actually, I was enjoying listening to you so much that I'm ready to hand the mic back.
Good one.
I'm with an organization called Small World and Smaller World, and I'm not sure if any of you have been to that event before. Okay, great. This is our 30th year. We just celebrated a couple of months ago, and yeah, amazing. It's really it's been quite a run. And the way this event works is we do 2 events: Small World, which brings the international community together, and for this year 30 countries had a charity partner from Nigeria that they supported. And amazing, really, the charities that have been supported. And as myself, I'm on the charity committee, so I have the privilege, the absolute privilege of seeking and visiting and vetting these charities firsthand. And I'll tell you that there are some amazing people out there doing amazing things. obviously
hearing.
you're one of them. A lot of the work we do is with women, and our organization that puts these two events on is called the International Women's Organization for Charity. So that's all women as well. So I think I can talk to even the way this organization has brought women forward. A lot of the people and a lot of the women in the small world community, they're new to Nigeria. They arrive and they just don't know where their place is. They're not sure how to get started. And through a friend or somebody at the school, they end up getting in touch with the small world community. And it's been really amazing to watch some of these young new people to Nigeria that want to make a difference in their host country. They start sort of low on the totem pole, but with mentoring and with experience and through shared information with each other and going through year after year, they become the leaders in this organization. Oh. And I think that's where women are so special, is that we're very hands-on. When it comes to fundraising, often, I'm going to say men, sorry, not all of you. It's often a large check is presented and there's a photo op. And that's wonderful, and that gets all the clout. But what really, really makes a difference is the women, because we get out there, we get in there with our hands, we want to learn about the community, we want to see what the needs are first time. We observe, but we don't judge, or we do our best not to judge. Yeah. And that's, I think, where women are different. And it's so important for us to keep doing what we're doing and to support each other and to say, hey, come along, let me teach you, let me show you, show me, teach me. I think with each other, we can just go so far.
So let me ask a question. I'm sitting here today. I've heard about Small World. I don't know too much, but I know that I want to join a community that gives back. And I live in Nigeria, or I know people who require the aid. I'll give you guys an example. So backstage, I was talking to one person before we came on, and I was telling them my experience. So I grew up in the northern part of the country, in Kaduna specifically. And with a lot of the banditry that's been going on, it means families are displaced. And then I have a mother who is very interested in community work. So we've kind of made peace with ourselves that my mom's not going to listen to us. She's going to go once or twice a month into those communities, and they would help with food. They would help place people in homes. Or if you come to my house, we have space where we're now housing them. We have a chalet and another space that we've taken in families that have been either abused or they were picked up by the bandits. It's their story to tell, but there's one that touches me. When I came home, I'm like, Mom, who do we have in the BQ? She said, yeah, well, the rooms were just there. I took in a family. And I said, why? And she said, well, they were living in, they had their home, they'd built their home on a farmland. And one day the bandits came and picked everyone up, herself, her 2 sons, and her daughter. Her husband was not at home, and they kept them for 4 months, abused the girl and the mom for that 4 months. And in that period, they were making a request for money. The man eventually sold a few things. When he sold them and brought the money, it wasn't enough. And in front of the mom and the kids, they shot the first boy. She nearly lost her mind. And when the father heard that his son had been killed on camp, he had stroke before they came out, and shortly after they were released, he passed on. The woman's grief knew no bounds at the time. And my mother is not somebody to run from a difficult problem. She took them in. So when I got there, I still remember hearing the story, and I just sat on the floor and I'm like, it's not true. But let me tell you the good that came out of it. The girl with funding from some community. She's gone back to the Polytechnic. She's now, I think, in about 300 level or so. She's studying sociology and impact to communities. Her project is on impact to communities that are displaced and require help. So in the light of the darkness we see, there's still some light. So question is, how do we get to you or to communities? Because I know they're short of funds. I know, I can tell you stories. A little girl in our home that you can't touch her because she was gang raped. So if you come near her, she shivers. But I guess what happened, when you play music, she'd come out. So when we realized that music was her thing, we started playing music in the morning so she'd come out of her shell. So it's, this story I'm telling you is not 5 years ago. This is 2 years ago. So there is a definite problem and we need more people to lend their voice, to go to those communities. So how do we find you to say, can you support for a period? Could you tell us about that?
Sure. That's just a great story and a great example of the impact that women have.
Yeah.
When you say, you know, you spent time with a little girl, and with time, the music played it, and you saw the reaction. But it takes time. It takes going out to these communities and spending time and asking questions and learning, and then saying, okay, how best can we help you? It's very reciprocal. It's very, very reciprocal. In terms of small world, yes, with the charities, I guess, can I give you our email address?
We will take it.
Instagram.
Yes, we will take it.
I'm a social media Luddite. I'm sorry. But we do have all those things. We'll make sure that you get them.
Please.
We have a set of guidelines for charities that we work with. Just things, for example, we don't pay salaries and we don't pay rent. We think it's very, very important to have tangibles that you can track and that you can follow, and you can go and visit and say, yes, there's a new freezer there. That is what we were supporting, not something that's just sort of gone with the wind. But we're always looking for new organizations and projects to work with, for sure.
Fantastic. Okay, so let me come back to the nutrition conversation. In the room today, I see the range is the childbearing age, and thank you very much for being here, except maybe a number. What would you advise a young lady who is, you've spoken about, I'm sitting here feeling guilty that the most I did with any of my child was 3 months straight. I didn't have the energy to, I thought I would disappear if I did a 1 year or the long tenor of just breastfeeding exclusively. So how do you support the women in that? And what can they do? The insights you've garnered over a 2-decade period, just a snippet, can you share with us, please?
Okay, great. Nutrition is key. Unfortunately, I'm not sure, especially the young people, do not really take nutrition so serious, but it really matters. Starting from the baby, just like I mentioned earlier, that the brain of the child is actually formed before 5 years. For women, for example, who are going to become mothers and get pregnant, you need to really prepare your bodies even before you're pregnant. So starting with, as a young girl and an adolescent, what kind of food are you taking? Are you taking a lot of sugar? Are you living more on junk food? Do you take enough vegetables and all that? Then moving to when you're pregnant, you also need to eat healthy. Then when you deliver the baby, you must have prepared your body to breastfeed. And at that time, you obviously need to practice exclusive breastfeeding. And that's for 6 months, that's the campaign. And then after 6 months, you start adding other foods. When the baby is already 6 months, you start introducing soft complementary foods to the baby, like what the family takes. At that time, the baby is very picky, and they don't seem to like or want to eat. There's something we have worked on with the UNICEF and then the federal government. Just unfortunate that most of these programs are not really passed on out there. We call it home fortification. So there's like a micronutrient powder. It's different from like your multivit syrup or whatever, which is added to the baby's food. So the baby is going to eat like maybe like a packaged food, whatever, or whatever cereal you make. You add the micronutrient powder to the food, and that contains all the vitamins the baby needs to survive and to grow well. So we look at nutrition from complementary feeding, and then when the baby is growing as well, you keep on feeding the baby well. But beyond that, what is the family diet like? We still have a lot of families pouring so much oil in the food, which shouldn't be. We have them eating a lot of junk food, which shouldn't be. We have families taking a lot of sugar, which shouldn't be. Good enough. When they're quite young, it's still fine. But by the time maybe the father or the mother or the children start getting to like 40, then all sorts sets in. You can see how slim I am, don't mind me. But nevertheless, all these issues are very key, and it would be good to actually be health conscious, nutrition conscious, and try and imbibe eating healthy diets most of the time.
Okay, thank you very much. So if you heard her correctly, she's spoken about your health. I completely agree with her. I would tell you, I think I did an interview with the British Council, and they were talking about study in the UK, and I was talking about my son. There was something he said. When he came back on holiday, I had sodas, Coke, Fanta, whatever it was. I had it stocked in the fridge. And he said, Mom, you need to get rid of this. He was 16 at the time. And I bought it because my son is coming home. But when he got in, he was like, you need to get rid of this. And I'm like, what's the problem? He's like, Mom, first, you have a sweet tooth. You need to cut that sweet tooth if you're going to live well and live into nice old age. Secondly, you need to now begin to look at your health. Yes, you're slim, but your markers, are they really good? And amazingly, it started me on a journey of checking myself, checking what I ate, how I ate, and started going back to nature. Where I am today, I'm not sure I have a lot of packaged foods in my house. I just don't. I do not buy, I would eat from the soil. And then I would eat fermented foods. So I would I would take an Ijebu gari as opposed to taking a packaged semovita. That's just me. Because it's fermented and is available. Then I would also not do the oils, the seed oils. I'm either looking for extra virgin olive oil, coconut oil, or even palm oil. But the reason is because these are the things that create, you find a mother's had one child, and her midsection doesn't go down. You need to bring it down. Remember, there's a hobby to be nice to. So you need to also take care of yourself, because there's a simple rule that I know, and it's been tested. Go check it. Once your neckline increases, your waistline has increased, and your BP has gone up. Very simple indication. So when you look at your tummy and it's large, just be sure you're bringing an illness to you. Bring it down. Bring it down, bring it down again. Because truthfully, you don't want the illness, once you start having BP issues, it's only controlled, it doesn't go, it's hardly. So why start it at all? And it started me on a journey of looking at my health, looking at my mom's markers, looking at my friends' markers. Till now, I have the honor of speaking to my alumni, my Citibank alumni, quarterly on health issues. It was just a hobby, and it still is a hobby. And I think 3 kids down the line, 28, 24, 19, I think I'm now trying. I think I'm now trying. So I want to plead with you, if you take nothing else, hear her on the nutrition. Honestly, hear her on the nutrition. You'll be happy you did. But right along, I am still going to come back to Paula to ask a question. Paula, you spoke about having events. I'm picking your brain because we would like to probably, 30 years, 20 years of doing something means you have systems. Did you hear what she said? The last thing she said. She said when they're giving, they try to give tangibles. What it means is that they've given before, and it was intangible, and experience has taught them to look at something. So could you first talk to us as to when you're giving, what do you give? What kind of support do you provide? And when do you have an open forum or something that we could come and see and be part of? Do you want to talk, just answer those 2 for me today?
Sure. We vet charities. A lot of times our members, people in our community, people we meet, come and say, hey, I've got an NGO, or my friend's got an NGO. We want to hear about it. We want to find out more. We want to see how it works. We want to see the people involved. We want to get in there and see with our own eyes and our own hands how it's actually working. And from there, if we decide, yes, it's going to fit within our guidelines, then we're not going to tell you what we're going to give you. We're going to ask you, what do you need? And again, things like salaries and rents, we won't support, but maybe you need new freezers to keep the food that you've got cold and stop it from spoiling. Maybe you need a washing machine. Maybe you need bunk beds because you have an orphanage and you've got 32 children and they're sleeping on the floor. So once we know what you need, we can help you source that. What we do then is we'll ask you to go out and get a quotation.
Okay.
And we do realize that from before, when we get the quotation, to after the event, which is normally held in February, prices do change, especially in Nigeria. Prices change so quickly, we all know. So we do understand that afterwards the prices may have adjusted, changed. We also understand that your needs may have changed. In the meantime, perhaps somebody's come in and donated the beds that you needed. So we'll say, okay, what else do you need? How else can we help?
Okay.
But for us, it's very, very important not to just cut a check and say thank you. Who's next? It's very, very important to be out there hands-on, following up, checking for benchmarks, and accountability. Accountability is just so very, very important.
Fantastic. So in case you wanted to set up a foundation, you're never too young to set it up. You're hearing from veterans who have been in this space for like 20 years. If you have a question you'd like to ask, I'll take just 3 questions just so we can go right along to other things. Please just indicate with a show of hands and we will come to you, but we will be limiting it to 3. So you have a foundation or you have a question that you want to fill to both of them. There should be. If there's none, I'm sure they can ask you questions. So we'll take it that way so that we're sure you heard. So if you don't have questions, we'll ask questions. So do anyone with any question you'd like to ask, or the understanding is really clear today? Are we good?
We're great.
Yeah, I think we're great. I think we're great.
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the situation, can I pose a question? I said I would. So now let me take the liberty of asking 1 or 2 persons. Yes, please. Yes, you. Can I ask you a question? Today, with what she said, is there anything that comes to your mind that you will do differently? I'm going to ask that same question to 2 others. It's the same thing. Just so we get a response from you. Please, your name, what you do, and then tell us what has been said by both of them today.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Oluwamayowa Owosheni. I'm an event planner and a decorator based in Ojodubega, Lagos. So based on what Mama said earlier, I gathered that, taking very good care of your health is paramount for every woman. And eating vegetable, eating right, and also at the right time. And one thing I would also want to, staying hydrated, especially inside this harsh weather, it's something that one need to take paramount. And also based on nurturing the babies, nurturing pregnancy and everything, is also one thing that I have also taken home today. The exclusive, I'm not married yet. So I'm looking at me, doing exclusive, I'm like, with work, with everything. But thank God for all this breast pump and everything that is coming into life now. It has made life easier for everyone. So I believe that with all this, everyone can live a healthier life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I like your contribution. Okay, so I balance the house. Can I take you, please? Yeah, no, I have the right person. Oh yes, I remember our hugs. Can I take you, please? So she has something. She also is into charity. So could you talk just a bit about what you do, and then what are you taking home? And thank you for the video. I see the support. So please, you want to tell us a little, and then I'll take maybe 1, 2 more persons. I'll wrap up, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much.
Thank
I'm
you.
part of the charity committee of Small World with Paula. And for our 30th year, we have edited a book, and all the sales,
Nice.
and all the sales of the book or the proceeds will go to to other Nigerian charities. So what I've learned today, thanks to you, is that we have discovered a new charity that you would like to get in contact with, and will surely be in contact. And I've learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, this is really nice. So we don't lose the momentum. Can I allow Paula to talk about the bit for a bit? Yeah, please. Can you?
Oh, super. Thank you very much. And thank you, Lila. Yes, as Lila mentioned, this is the book that we produced for 30 years of Small World. And it's wonderful. Quickly show you a few. It's a beautiful color book. 30 years of the various charities, the people involved, the countries dancing. It's a really wonderful,
nice.
wonderful coffee table book. And yeah, all the charities that are supported through the past 30 years. The book is on sale for 80,000, I believe. And we've got a little table around the corner there when it looks like a little sort of trade fair area. So all the money goes to charity, and it's a wonderful gift to give to people. And it's also, I've got one on my coffee table, and I've given a few as gifts. So it gives you a great insight into the Small World event. Yeah, thank you.
I like the
Thank
header.
you.
It says Threads of the Journey, celebrating 30 years of giving through Small World. Beautiful. So please, coffee table, and know that the donations will go far. Thank you. So sorry, you wanted to say something, please. Please.
Thank you so much, Paula, and Lila too. Thank you so much. I've actually heard of a Small World. I used to be a member of International Women's Society, IWS. Yes, and I know they do a lot with you, so I'll be really glad to work with you under my own NGO, Child Health Advocacy Initiative. Thank you, thank you. And I just want to say the future of charity is actually partnership, which means we all need to partner with each other to be able to make an impact. A quote by Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who is the DG of World Trade Organization. She said, investing in women is good economies, but investing in girls and women, that's like the young, and it's like a smarter economy. Women multiply, women make impact, and women contribute to the development of every country. So we should make sure we work together and make it happen for women in Nigeria. Yeah.
Absolutely. I completely agree.
Well said.
So I'm gonna just say two persons and close. Is our time up? Okay. And I was eyeing two of them very nicely. So I'm gonna let you guys pass, but I'll come look for you when we come down and ask you what was your contribution. So I'm gonna look for you, and I'm looking for her. So I can see her face is down. I'm looking for you, so we can have that conversation. So without taking more of your time, I would like to say thank you.
Guardian woman for her closing remarks. I'll welcome, and I lift weights. My first son will be graduating from university this year, so I should be sewing my skin some more, like the baby girl that I am, you know. So less extra on top, but best believe, if I'm going to wear powder, it will be House of Terror. T46, that's if you look like me, maybe you should go and check your own color so that you have it. And I have it right there at home. House of Terror, those that have been supported by Dr. Alonge and more. It is one woman, guardian woman. Please welcome Ijoma Odia to the microphone.
Thank you so much, Joyce. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying. Thank you so much for being here and staying till this time. Good evening, everyone. Our esteemed speakers, valued partners, sponsors, and friends of Guardian Woman. As we close the Guardian S's, communities, and nations, reciprocity is the recognition that progress is multiplied when value is shared, when opportunity is extended, when influence is used to open doors, when success is not hoarded but circulated. This is the kind of future we believe in at Guardian Woman. At Guardian Woman, we have consistently used our platform to bring women's issues and girls' issues into the spotlight with seriousness and editorial width. We have not treated them as side conversations. We have put them on the front burner. We have amplified stories of achievements, interrogated structures of exclusion, elevated voices too often ignored, and insisted that women must remain central to the national conversation. That is our role. That is our clarity and conviction. Today, I want to specifically acknowledge those who have helped make this possible. To our host venue, Federal Palace Hotel, thank you for your continuous support. To our sponsors, thank you for standing with Guardian Women Festival and for investing in something that matters. To Zoho, we thank you most especially for believing in the Guardian Women Festival and for your continued support. Your partnership has been significant. We also sincerely appreciate LAPO, Nigerian Distilleries, Stanbic IBTC, FSDH, Nestle, Recare, House of Tara, Flour Mills Nigeria, Polo, and of course, much more. Thank you so much for your commitment, for advancing women, the cause of women. Thank you more especially to the co-convener of the Guardian Women Festival, Anita Ibro. Thank you for the vision and for advancing the cause of women through a structured conversation like we've had today. I also thank my others in the editorial board, the editors, my colleagues, reporters, correspondents. Thank you so much for all that you have done to put this together. Let us live with intention, stronger resolve, and renewed commitment to building systems where women do not merely participate, but lead fully and visibly. Thank you all for being a part of Guardian Women Festival. Thank you for believing in Guardian Woman, and thank you for helping us move this conversation and this country forward. May we continue to give with purpose, gain with impact, and build a future where women are not at the margins of progress, but firmly at its center. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a good evening.
So before I let you go, as we say goodbye and see you soon, the Guardian Woman Festival, yes, today flagship event, but the rest of it continues to the 31st of March till the end of the month. The entire month is dedicated to women. The 7, please put it up again, the 7 Wonder Woman Awards still comes up later in the month. That's on
the 31st is the closing ceremony of the Guardian Woman Festival month. And then we're having the closing ceremony we're also having presentation of awards to our 7 winners of the 7 Wonder Women awardees. So we'll be presenting them with awards, and we're also presenting 7 charities with awards too on that day. And of course, you're invited.
Yeah. And you know where it is, right here at Federal Palace. The raffle draw will also be on that day because we've been collecting raffle tickets all month long, and we'll continue to collect raffle tickets till the very end. And I'm hoping that have you had a great day? Please appreciate Guardian Woman for making this happen. Till we see you at the rest of the events, until we see you at the flagship event next year, have a wonderful afternoon. Safe journeys home. Bye for now. My name is Joyce Daniels, Queen of Talk, your communication strategist. Good afternoon, everyone.
What were you when there was no one around? What were you when I needed someone down? What were you doing when nobody gave a damn? emotion. These are it, those are it. No ambition. But he love it when I call it Big Daddy. Big Daddy, what's the deal, Daddy? Big Daddy, jump for me, Daddy. Drop something for me, Daddy. Big Daddy. Ooh, are you high on a mountain to be calling me? Ooh, you may look like you're breathing, but you're dead to me. Ooh, you thought you could trap me, but I left you behind. Don't reach out to me now. Unbeliever, but you love it. Love the way you give me nothing. Unbeliever, but you love it. Love the way don't you love it when I call you Big Daddy? Big Daddy, what's the deal, Daddy? Big Daddy, jump for me, Daddy. Drop something for me, Daddy. You think that you hiding just because I'm silent? That's the way I like it. Maybe you should try it. Maybe you should call me Big Daddy. Big Daddy, what's the deal, Daddy? Big Daddy, jump for me, Daddy. Drop something for me, Daddy.
Buy any participating.
Yeah. Say it, baby, don't be easy on me. Baby, calm down, clear your mind, let me know you want me. I need you to show me how you love me.